Okay, apologies. Apologies about that, everybody. My apologies about that, everybody. I think I've sorted it out now. If you if you're on YouTube listening in, you should be able to hear me. And if you're listening on the space, you can also hear me. And the people on YouTube can't hear the spaces yet. Apologies for that. But you will hear them in just one moment. All right. I have two early things, and again, apologies about that, guys. Teeth in pains. It is hard to play producer and host at the same time. Um, Duffy, since you're the first person to send a speaking request, can you just talk so I can be sure that you can hear me and everybody on YouTube can hear you also?
Hello.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And I'm going to assume that everybody on YouTube just heard Duffy, and you would tell me in a moment. Perfect. Thank you, Kai, on YouTube. All right, Duffy, you get to skip the line wickedly because of that little mishap just now. Sorry about that. Yeah, Murphy's Law really running a number on me this evening. But Duffy, you get to skip the line. What's up? How are you doing this week? And what do you have on your mind?
Hey, I'm great. I'm re-asking the JPS question.
Okay, definitely hold
Reading.
on then. If it's because that's a brand new topic, I feel like my brain was saying, what were we last talking about just now? Just children and getting them into it. I know Garvin, that's what you were talking about, right?
Oh well, that wasn't what I came on initially for, but I was helping to fill the dead air by just hopping on what the previous speaker was speaking about because she had asked a question, so I was just sharing my experience there.
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very, very much. But let's hear what you wanted to ask. And Duffy, sorry, I know I'm just going to have to
Okay.
go over the line. And by the way, anybody is listening, welcome to Brick Talk. Officially, we are definitely started now. You can watch us on YouTube. You can hear us online on Twitter. And if you have a question you want to join in on the stream, you just send a speaking request and we'll see it. We'll approve it and get you going immediately. Right? If you have anything you definitely want to ask about, send the speaking request on Twitter. And if you just want to watch from YouTube, you can, and I'll be tweeting out the link on Twitter in one moment. But if you don't want to wait for it, just search for earnings season Jamaica on Twitter, and you will see us, and you should see us live, right?
All right. Great. Great.
On
Great.
Twitter, and you
All
will
right.
and you will.
Sorry, Danhai isn't on right now, but I just want to, as usual, um, maximum respect to yourself and the team, the My JA team, whoever those people are. With
No,
just the retail investing space and what you guys have been doing, right?
thank you very,
Um,
very much for that. Big up, brother. Some days we need it more than I am surprised at how often I can speak at least one. I can speak at least for myself. I can tell you some days
mhm,
I need to wake up. Some days I wonder why I'm doing it. Some days I don't feel that happy about it. Yeah. And I am very thankful because I can tell you guys that you guys are actually the only people that give us any big up for this stuff. Yeah. Our customers and just the people that look on and enjoy what we put out. Nobody else does that.
mhm. Yeah,
So
because I can tell you, I used to subscribe, like I mean, a paid subscriber to Simply Wall Street, which is like the US version of My Money JA. And as soon as My Money JA came out, I was like doing the proper subscriptions, and yeah, I think you guys had a promotion. I literally canceled my um
really,
yeah, man, and I'm
Simply Wall
now
Street.
a subscribed person for My Money JA because they is similar information, and yes, My Money JA can like get some. It is building to get more and more information like what Simply Wall Street has, but at least I am supporting a Jamaican company or a Jamaican application, and it is more of it's from the perspective of the Jamaican market, so it feels way better to spend and invest in that area. It's an investment in your development as a investor. So I feel better. I'm happy that there's a solution for Jamaicans or for the Caribbean, and giving money away to an overseas thing.
Well, I'm thankful that you did that. Of course, big up. Thank you for subscribing. You help keep the wheels turning there. And you're right. I know Simply Wall Street also. It's a good product. Can't knock Simply Wall Street. It's one of the things that
Oh
we
yeah,
go to. But you're also right in that one of the things that, like, I'm not trying to wax a little bit. I've always paid attention to tech. I've been in tech for a long time, although I don't say it, I don't call it that. But I remember years ago there used to be talk about, we need to build for the world. Jamaica is too small. That was never it for me, because all the things that I knew about all of the all of the programs, all of the apps, all of that stuff. They didn't build, like, Zuckerberg did not build for the world. Zuckerberg built for Harvard, right?
yeah.
And then the other colleges in America, and then it blew up, and then it became what it became. Twitter, I think, is the most amazing example of that. What they thought it would be, what they started as, is completely different from what it became. And so much of Twitter, including this space thing that we're doing here, was defined by the people who use it. And the people who use it define it and use it for their own local applications. So retweets came from the users of Twitter. A lot hashtags directly came from the users of Twitter. And spaces came from Twitter. But I mean, I love radio, and I haven't listened to radio in a long time. And people talk about this as a radio show, as a call-in show, right? And I treat it the same way. And I'm not trying to talk to the whole world. Sometimes I get requests from people overseas. At the point I'm at now, most times, if you're not in Jamaica or maybe the Caribbean or a Jamaican, I can tell that you're somebody in diaspora. Most times I don't even really accept the request. Like, no knock to anybody listening internationally, but I am laser focused on Jamaica. I feel like we can make it better. I see it. I respect companies and people who do that. I hear Swaby talk about the very same thing. I hear Chris Berry talk about the very same thing. And I think that you can make a crap load of money and develop your country and do a lot for your country by concentrating your country. And that's one of the secrets of Mini JA, that it is built specifically for the JSC. It is very JSC specific. And of course, yes, we'll expand in the future. When we expand, we're going to expand to Barbados and Trinidad, right? That truly is it. Of course, we can throw in some crypto. You can throw in the US markets, but that's where everybody is. I want to concentrate on our little pond here, and it has been working out so far. So thank you very, very much.
Makes sense.
I hear it.
All right, respect.
All right. I thought you actually had a question, though.
Yeah. So, and funny enough, the point you made just now about a call-in show, it's like we a lot of us probably, but I was born in 1988, a lot of us probably grew up watching our parents and grandparents listen to like Barbara Glued and those people. I wonder why people would waste them time waiting to get on a phone call, and we are every Friday night to either contribute to the space or listen to the space. Sometimes I listen on Saturday mornings after the space, but it's just very interesting how it's the same thing we're doing, but it's in a different way, different medium. But let me not take up too much time, right? So yeah, so big up. But I was compelled to make a comment today based on the space I listened to last week. So there was a very, very interesting kind of, I wouldn't say back and forth, but a very interesting perspectives were shared between Wayne. I think at one point Ricardo jumped in.
Yes.
About valuations and stuff like that, right? And it got passionate, which is good, you know.
Yeah.
I guess persons who didn't hear can probably listen back to last week, and it was a very good thing. But I think what tends to happen when we have that kind of discussion, it becomes our listeners, persons listening, feel like it's a retailer versus institutional, or us against them. The people who did study in school versus the people who doing it and never go to school. It's like it becomes like this war, and I think what people should really realize, especially the institutional persons, because I did finance. I went to school and did finance. I have a master's in finance and whatever. But what nobody says is that how the advantages and the tools that a retail investor has and the perspectives a retail investor has is different from what an institutional investor has or the perspective that they will see. You know,
Hmm.
and that's just a simple fact, and the reverse is true. So it's not us against them. It's just two different goals, two different perspectives. If I'm asked to do a valuation for a company, I could never go to my MD and do a proposal and include some of the things that I do as a retail investor. They would laugh me through the door. I would have
Uh,
probably lose the job.
Boy, you know, on the one hand, let me say first, yes,
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. I understand that, but I think also that there is room for change and
There is
improvement there,
true. I
because
agree. I
at the
agree.
end of the day, whether you're an institutional investor, a pension,
Mm-hmm.
a large fund or something, or you're just a regular person like you and me buying stocks on your own,
Mm-hmm.
the way you earn from stocks is the same for everybody, right? The cap gains, right? The dividends. Yes, the
Yeah.
strategy has to be different for a $4 billion fund versus a 400
Mm-hmm.
grand man money, but the way you gain is the same way. And I think that there is a lot more room. And I'm saying on the institutional side, there's a lot more room
Mm-hmm.
for improvement there. And I'm starting to see it. I've
That's
seen
true.
some internal reports through friends, people send stuff. Sometimes they might cuss me off by DM. Them the because what you guys heard it weird, maybe I think I listened to it and even I was so surprised how calm I am, because I'm not always that calm. Right. And
Yeah, I was surprised too.
yeah, you and me both, boy. I hope I can keep the
Because
same calmness going forward. But
because, because there have been times when I would want when I engaged you in tweets where our perspectives might have been different in certain things. So
yeah,
you
yeah,
know, yeah, well, yeah. So
yeah.
but it's all in growth and learning and doing different perspectives. So we have to challenge each other to get some of the points. So
That's true. And for me, I think maybe one thing that I don't find bad, that maybe a lot of people find bad, is that I don't shy away from conflict, but
mm,
I don't hate conflict, right? I don't have a very large group of friends, but the people that I'm close to, I think know and understand that we don't always have to agree. In fact, I prefer if we don't always agree, because how will I know when I've gotten it wrong, right?
mm,
And the whole iron sharpens iron thing is really, really true. I don't always want to agree, and I want some disagreement because we get growth from it. And just because me and somebody disagree don't mean I hate them and they're terrible and whatever, but we tend to, I don't know, it's something fire
on
about
my
us
side.
Jamaicans. Yeah, man.
I hear you at all.
Oh, I don't know. It might be. I was hearing you break up a little bit. Is everybody else hearing me fine?
Hearing you fine.
And you guys are hearing Garvin?
He was breaking up a little bit, and
All
now I
right.
can't hear him any at all.
All right. Well, I don't know if Garvin, I hope you can hear me. If not, I mean, you can jump on, you can jump back on if anything. But the other point I was making was that I don't think that's a bad thing that we disagree. I think there's a lot of good that can come from the disagreement, and we should also understand that, you see this investing space, especially internationally, it is not this nice kumbaya thing that we tend to have in Jamaica. Right? It's not all views can contend, but not all views are right. And if somebody says it's red and somebody else says it's blue, both of us cannot be correct. And the beauty, at least on the stock market, is that if we both pick a date, by on that date, the market will determine which of us was right and which of us was wrong. And I love that about the market. And I have no issues being wrong. As you guys will listen to this week after week, I've heard, right? Uh, um, and I encourage people to do that when you're having a conversation. So and for beginners listening, wondering what the hell does this have to do with me? I don't understand what I talk about. Don't expect me to always be right. And two, listen to what is always being said, not how it sounds, not how it feels. Listen to what's always being said, and don't think that conflict is a bad thing. Out of the conflict can come good, strong, better ideas. And the only way to have that happen is for us all to have the conflict. That's just a simple reality. Garvin, you can hear me?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I look at my internet does fail just now, but I guess I got the last part of what you're saying, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, totally agree. So I think that kind of, I mean, it's a good way to kind of start the space too.
Yes.
And even the perspective isn't necessarily pension fund institutional investor. I think what happens sometimes is the individuals who are trained in the field and I blame myself it sometimes as well too. Even yes, the strategy that you use to build a pension fund or what you can use to value a company or whatever to grow those things, you can't necessarily just think in that way when you are managing your little your own portfolio or advising other persons, because it's just two different perspectives. We retail investors can learn and borrow a lot from institutional investing, and
Mm-hmm.
institutional investors can learn a lot from the retail space as well too. You
I,
know,
I agree with
and
you
I think
100%.
yeah, I think sometimes I saw what was probably happening was persons thinking is us against them and me against them and who right, and when we get into all of that, it just ruins the thing, because as I always say, the person who bought something from you at $6 because and you bought it at two and you think, haha, you lost, I won. No,
Yeah,
they're when, as you always say, if the day we realize that everybody is doing this thing for their own goals, the easier it becomes. It's not a end game or I beat you, tag you're it, and oh my gosh, you have it now. It's like hot potato, hot bag. It's not
yeah.
about that. Let's
Um,
just invest and grow together. And that's what I just wanted to kind of comment on.
100% agreement. 100% agreement. And you're right. And yeah, the thing I always say is, the you get a lot better at investing the second you start to accept that the person on the other side of the equation is not the other side of the trade is not an idiot. They're not dumb, right? And just because somebody's buying on a different reason does not necessarily mean that they're wrong, right? So they're probably just buying for their own reasons, and you have to know what their reasons are in order to determine if they're right or wrong. And even then, it's the market that will determine if they're right or wrong at the time when it gets to it. But yeah, I'm with you 100%. I wish more people in the industry were like had your mindset. As you can hear, it's not always like I said. What I heard from him is that I'm used to it. I've been hearing it for literally years upon years upon years. There are people on Twitter who have been telling me it for years, and yeah, the market keeps conspiring with me to show them up. As I said, conspiring, right? But they're not really conspiring. The idea is that we should really just understand that there's no end game. JFP is a great
Mhm.
example. JFP is a great real life example. Just to bring it back to the market, JFP. Not as you heard from Danhai a little earlier. For those of you who were on the space, if you weren't on YouTube, if you heard, it was what we spoke about last week. We weren't our week before last. We're not the hottest on it. I didn't buy it at IPO. So if it's good, I'll have to buy it in the market. But that's literally the truth. If it's good, I will have to buy it in the market when it lists, and it lists on Monday, right? And maybe I won't buy it on Monday. Maybe I'll buy it 2 months from now, or 2 weeks from now, or 2 years from now. Who knows, right? There's stocks I've never bought. Yeah, there is no final end game. It is very difficult for any company to be 100% bad, and it is very difficult for a company to be 100% good, and it's very difficult for a good company to be good forever or a bad company to be bad forever, right? There is no, it's not, stop thinking in absolutes. That's not how it works. And as more and more companies list on the
Uh,
market, we kind of have to move along from that thinking of it's a terrible thing. It's not a terrible thing. It might just not fit your point, which is a point that Ashley made a little earlier, that which I was so proud of it. Actually, I want to say that I feel guilty saying that you're a Grow grad, which is why you know that stuff, because I do know that you had a lot of those ideas before you went into Grow. So I will pin that on you doing Grow. By the way, Ashley, I do owe you an email. I have a gift for you because I did read your Grow feedback, and I think I have a little solution for you. But you are on now, right? I don't know. I think I should have a really bad line. Every time she jump on, she drop right back off. Send an our request again, Ashley, because I would like to have you on. And Garvin, thank you very, very much for that point.
yeah, man, cool. Night team.
Yeah, man, no problem. All right,
But
remember, guys, this is
what we called hashtag earners, yeah, night earners.
Night Earner. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. When I was listening to the replay of it, I was thinking, that actually sounds pretty good. What do you think, Danai? or then I can't hear us yet. So give him one moment and he'll be able to hear us. But yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Erna sound good. I'm not one for those nicknames, but that one really sound good, and it have a good meaning behind it, a good thought. If you have any points, any questions, anything you want to talk about, this is Brick Talk. Send a speaking request and we will cover it. We will talk about it. We'll go back and forth, or we'll give our views on it, myself or Danhai. And let's go. Danhai, you can hear me now? Can you hear me now, Danhai? Danhai can't hear me now because Danhai is listening to the space. All right. Okay. Duffy, I know you were next, so you've been waiting very patiently.
Hello?
Hello.
I am hearing you.
Oh, okay. Hi. I'm re-asking the JPS question. I'm looking at the fact that as you guys mentioned, a large offering isn't really good. In the past, the government-backed offerings were big, like Trans Jamaica, and reading around what people are discussing, willing to discuss openly. I'm not really sold on JPS yet. Versus obviously the prospectus isn't even out yet, but still,
Sorry,
research and all of that.
On what?
JPS, as in before yesterday, I asked you, how excited are you about the JPS stock coming to market, because I'm not so sure. I'm not so sold on it yet. I was excited at first, but looking at the history of the government pushed stocks, they're not doing well. So
let's pause for a second. Let's break down some of those things that you're saying. When you say they're not doing well, what do you mean?
Well, as that company, they're making their profits and whatever, but as a stock, nobody's buying them. Nobody's really caring about them.
That's not true. Give me an example.
Yes. Okay, so Trans Jamaica, it will go up every once in a while, and some big purchase will make it go up, but it won't stay there. It's not sustaining at whatever level it gets pushed to. It falls back down after a while.
It has never passed IPO level either, right? But is that as a result of, in my view, that's as a result of its pricing, or it was priced at IPO.
I think it was terribly priced.
Yeah.
But
that's my view. Well, she's saying I'm breaking her question down so that we don't lose anybody, right? She's saying that she's not excited about JPS listing, which anybody who was wondering about it, yes, the finance minister, Dr. Nigel Clark, has stated for a while now that JPS is expected to be divested by the government. The government owns 19.99% of JPS. The other 80 point whatever is the 80.00 whatever is owned by is split between East West Power and Marubeni or Marubeni or Maru Ventures in name now or something like that. And so that 20% that the government owns, they're looking to divest it, meaning they're looking to sell it to the public. And it being the government selling to the public, you expect a certain level of things are going to happen. They're going to have wide distribution of it, like with Wigton and Trans Jamaica. I expect them to have some strong marketing around it in order to sensitize the public to it and get everybody in. I expect all the brokers to be involved with it. How it will be priced will be a very important thing to me, right? Wigton was priced, in my view, very well.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, right. It was excellently priced. Trans Jamaica, in my personal view, was not necessarily priced as well. Wigton gave people up to 90% gains, depending on when you bought it. It has since fallen down to 54 cents.
Right, I'm echoing.
Say that again, Danhai?
I'm echoing.
Oh, you're getting an echo?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Maybe
YouTube is hearing it.
YouTube is also getting an echo.
About myself.
Are you speaking in the space?
No. is closed.
That is strange.
I'm not hearing Danhai in the space at all.
Really?
But you are hearing Danai when he speaks. Oh, they're not
No.
hearing in the space. I understand. All right, Danai, you might have to join the space and speak to me in the space.
All right. So so YouTube hears me, not space.
YouTube hears you, but the space doesn't hear you. So you might want to join with the space, but mute it so that it's not giving you back any sound. Sorry, guys. Like I said, it is a little technical. He'll be back in a moment, though. For the people on the space, then I was just kind of echoing my same comments you're saying. You're saying that, you know, he liked how it was, how Wigton was listed, how it was priced for listing, I should say, and not necessarily so much with Trans Jamaica. So Trans Jamaica was priced a little high, and so Trans Jamaica struggles. I don't think it has ever passed its IPO price, and we're a year or two out from its listing. It also depressed the market heavily. Wigton, since listing, has given wonderful returns, did dip around the same Trans Jamaica time and COVID, down to a low of 61 at the time, 59 cents at the time, and now we're at 54 cents. But this is literally 2 years later. I think about that, 2 years later, and it's at 54 cents, but it IPO'd at 50 cents. So even now, 2 years later, it's giving 8% returns, which is much better than a savings account. Lots of bonds, lots of financial products outside of the stock market still wouldn't give you 8% return in this time, right? And Wigton is an interesting case because if you're paying attention to it, they're making moves that seem to be very interesting. Seem to be moves that could involve them growing in the future, such as this one that they put out today, that they have entered into an agreement to acquire 21% of shareholding in Flash Holding Limited, which is a company in St. Lucia, which all it does is so it's a holding company in St. Lucia, and all it does is it owns Flash Motor Companies, which is a company in Jamaica, which will distribute and sell electric vehicles, right? And if you listen to Dr. Clark's presentation a couple of days ago, you'll know he spoke about the government granting 1,000 electric vehicles at reduced duty. So the duty on electric vehicle, there's duty on importing, many duties and taxes on importing a vehicle to Jamaica. One of them has a 30% tax, and that one is being reduced to 10% for the first 1,000 vehicles. And then we hear Wigton going into a company that owning or getting into an agreement to own 21%, so it would be an associate stake of a company that is intended to sell and distribute electric vehicles, right? And they're making it very, very clear. It is part of Wigton's thrust towards diversification of its business, because currently Wigton makes money one way from one customer. And they're staying in the green space, but they're looking at other things other than just wind, which they've been telling us about this from IPO days. So we have an idea what the company look like, and we have an idea of some of the options in front of them. I have an idea of what the stock price has returned to shareholders over the time of it, since the time of its listing, right? Duffy, I'm doing this to give everybody context around what you're saying, and also to just kind of lightly disagree when you say that, you know, they're not doing well. I think they're doing well, but as you heard from Piggles earlier, you can't expect stocks to go up in a linear manner and just stay up forever and stay down forever. I think a lot of what happened with Wigton, especially over the last few quarters, is people just not being as interested in it. People worrying about the fact that maybe they weren't getting as much return, they being Wigton getting as much return because of wind factors and JPS not necessarily working with them. And then they had that whole Farm 1 that is due for some upgrades now, which likely could mean less output from Wigton while they're upgrading it. And you wonder about expansion of a company when you're buying into it. And future growth for a company is a very important consideration. And so I think maybe a lot of investors were less ecstatic about the future growth prospects of Wigton. And so you see the share price coming now to where it is, which is 54 cents per share, 8 cents ahead of IPO price from 3 years ago, almost 3 years ago. this you're saying is a bad thing, Duffy, but this may very well be opportunity because at no other point in the past have you been able to buy it outside of an IPO. Have you been able to buy it for this cheap? So this might be a great opportunity. I don't know. So I'm saying I don't know that I can agree with you when you say that government stocks don't do well just because they're government, right? You have to look at the factors, and you know this from growth. You have to look on the factors around each individual company. Trans Jamaica is a company that's also looking like it has the possibility of some interesting moves in the future. Maybe in the near future, if you listen to Wade, him saying 3 months, we'll see what's happening. And since he has said that the share price has continued to tank, but who knows? They do
Randy,
pay.
no, I'm not willing to work so hard for money. No, thank you.
Well, I mean, what are you doing really when you're buying stocks in terms of work? You're buying it and waiting. That's really all you're doing. You're doing well.
That's
And
a lot of waiting.
yeah, but you might be surprised. Trans Jamaica, no company is terrible forever. No company is great forever, and no share price is great forever or terrible forever. You need the dips in order to enjoy the highs. You need the highs to appreciate the dips, and you need to be able to buy at that dip price in order to profit at the high. Or as some people say, you buy at the high so you can sell for higher. So I can't agree with you when you say that just because a government stock is bad. No, I personally, just to bring it back to me, because he asked me how I felt about it, I am excited about being able to own JPS directly because I've been experiencing the JPS thief my entire life. So for the first time, I can own a piece of them. So at least when I'm getting when the bill come and I vex about it, at least I know say I vex about a company that I own a piece of. A lot of people bought Fesco and are still buying Fesco for the same exact reason. I can't do anything at all about gas prices. As in my girl group, the subscriber group, talking about that up to there yesterday. That owning Fesco has allowed a lot of regular people the first amount of control and feeling of redemption, really, from something that you usually can't control. Gas price is going to go up no matter what. Putin and them people in Europe having them fight. The Middle East having them trouble and linking with Putin. World gas price is going up. All I do is I watch it on news. I can't do nothing about it. Every Thursday, the gas number, the number for a liter goes up more and more and more and more. But for the first time, I can actually own something that benefit from the rise in gas prices, regardless of whether or not I get an immediate benefit in my pocket from owning that stock. I will own that stock because I can't help it. I have to buy gas. No matter how high it goes, I have to buy the gas, right? I live in Spain for years, driving from Spanish Town to Kingston every day. I have no choice. No matter how high the gas price is, I have to buy the gas. So for the first time, I can own stock in a company where that company benefits from something that I usually complain about. I'm excited about it when it comes to Fesco, right? And then, of course, that gives me more loyalty because I will know instead of buying gas at other places, I'll buy it at Fesco because, I own a piece of this. So I know if it's even 1 cent out of the money from my gas, it coming back to me, whether it be a dividend, which they haven't announced a dividend yet, but I suspect they will soon, or it be just the general rise in the share price, right? That's what a lot of people feel about Fesco. Bringing that to JPS now, same exact thing. You can't do it without using JPS. It's a sole provider of energy to Jamaicans, and it has been for all our lives. So what? It don't matter. Even if it's priced badly, even if JPS is priced badly, I'm still excited about it because I can own peace. If it's priced badly, then probably going to just pay a dividend every year, just kind of like Trans Jamaica. And I'd still, even if I see ahead of time that it's priced badly, I'd still probably buy it just out of principle and the ability to own peace. And then there are other deeper things I could go into with JPS that I suspect will happen. That could make it attractive to me. But I'm not writing off any company until I go through the prospectus. So I do like, Duffy, that you mentioned that you have not yet seen the prospectus, so that's good. At least that's good in my view. But that's how I feel about JPS and why I said that I'm excited about JPS. Danhai, you can hear us now? Danhai definitely not hearing us. Or
I think he's just a regular listener. I'm not seeing him as a speaker or co-host. But you answered my question. Thanks. I'm gonna free up the speaker space to someone else.
No problem, Duffy. All right, and thank you very much for asking. We'll look deeper into JPS.
Yeah, so I've been hearing, but I just couldn't join and as co-host. Yeah, so it just worked. Hear me?
I am hearing you fine now, yes.
All right, great. Yeah. So I agree with what Randy said.
All right. Next up, we had Matt. No, go ahead.
Don't write off because it government. Far from that. Think about Wigton. If you look at Wigton, it's been pretty obvious when the rise and fall. Wigton properly told us about something, and it was a strong reaction to it. Just think about that. All right, they tell us, boy, this plant doing whatever. You can adjust our revenues and profits by estimated this amount. It has happened, and the price fall accordingly. In fact, to me, I think it kind of probably overfall.
Yeah, I think it has overcorrected personally.
So
it's close to IPO.
If it falls to too cheap, imagine a move when a rise comes.
Any good news and it fly.
If it even does go back to if it goes back to the point where I'd say what I would say is fair value now. If it even goes there, you make money. So okay, we add new business and it goes to what current profits make sense at. Cool, we make some money. If it goes to the point where the new profits make sense at, money. So I don't think of it as a bad thing. Trans Jamaica, very different ball game. But if you look at it, there have been many points you can profit from Trans Jamaica. I tell the story about my client and him dividend. And I know people that the dividend doing really well for them.
Very strong dividend. Very, very strong dividend. And in the dividend world, at least, the yield on it for Trans Jamaica's dividend, look at that. At least at current prices, 7% yield on that last dividend payout, right? That's an amazing number in the dividend world. And in fact, speaking about dividends, there are a whole heap of big dividends. I was testing this space a couple of days ago, testing this whole thing. I've forgotten her name, but she spoke. She was the first person, amateur. She said she don't know about stocks, but she's the first person to ask about QWI and its dividend. And QWI, I guess today was actually the last day to buy QWI in order to get that dividend, which is recorded next week, I think next Monday. And I guess now whole heap of clicking for me that I. Okay.
Oh my bad. Sorry, phone decided to come good. Yeah, great.
No problem. But even at the current prices of current price, 95 cents. No, you're not going to get that 95 cents. I think how much did it trade? What's the lowest it traded for today? Yeah, it traded for 95 cents today. So if anybody who bought it at 95 cents today, they're getting a yield of 3.6%, and there's no tax on this dividend, unlike a lot of the others. 3.6%, and they're also getting QWI way below NAV. Way below NAV. That I think is a big deal if you care about dividends. But we could have an entire brick talk just on dividends alone. Yeah, it's a huge world that I think is not thought of. But don't write off any company just because of where it's coming from or any one thing, right? Even if it's bad, there is a possibility for it to get better, and that's, I think, a beautiful thing. Pause and say big up to My Money JA, our data sponsor, which you want to use My Money JA. Keep up to date with My Money JA. Keep up to date on the market. Get market alerts when stocks hit certain prices. We have an IPO coming on Monday with Jamaica Fiberglass listing. Then let's see if they hit the breaker first thing. If they do hit the breaker, you'll be able to know because you can set an alert. Boom. All right, you can set your alert for JFP to see if it trades for anything above $1.30. I want to be told same time it happened.
I want to see if you do 130 and 132 and then back again. I thought I want.
If it trades at the 132,
if it trades to the 130, then the 132, then the usual bouncing, the breaker movements for first days.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking out for. If that happens, or if it can't trade because people say not sell for that'll be interesting.
Will be very, very, very interesting to see what happens with this one. And on that note, all right, let me take Malik, and then I'm going to touch a point that I think Gordon Swaby had brought up. Malik, what's up?
Who the old cap boss?
Yeah. Lord
The
Cap
only
himself.
the only kappa deal is capital gains the night. But yeah, night guys.
So if we go, man, so if we go. Oh,
Well done.
it
Well
sure
done.
showed us.
Well done. Watch
But
out now
yeah,
with
I just come in to basically say the Massey situation was nice for anyone who caught that, I guess, and
what
the
was the Massey
IPO.
situation.
What's the situation?
Oh, when it split and the price basically I think went up by what 30%.
So how you feel about tomorrow, about Monday?
I'm not sure enough because it was looking like it was gonna go further today, but somebody put a very heavy sell wall there, so
Yikes.
we'll see.
Mhm.
But I think if they never put a sell wall there, it probably would have cracked like maybe 150 or something like that, and then lock off from there. But
You can't
uh,
touch 150?
hmm?
How far could I go today in trading?
Well the other sell orders are like double digits, and this one was like
No, man.
5 digits. So
As in, at what point? At what point? As in, what's the legal trading limit for today? What was
oh,
the legal
I
trading
never
limit for
calculate.
today?
I never look on the referred price and calculate it. I was busy doing some stuff with school today, but I just looked on it today quickly and said, okay. I never really like
So make your
calculate
money
it, but
there.
it's
What
around
price
that
you bought
range.
it at? What price you
Hmm?
bought it at? What price you bought it at?
I got it for 1950, and then that would
Good
have bring it
move.
down to about what 97.
97.50.
Yeah, and
Good
then
move.
yeah, pretty much that.
So for anybody who is
Oh,
lost, just to
mm-hmm.
bring you up to speed, Massey officially split today. And by the way, if you have a portfolio on My Money JA and you're wondering about if you need to manually split the things, you don't. It automatically splits it. If you have it in your portfolio already, it splits it. If you enter in the future, you enter that you bought it long ago. Let's say you bought on the trading market before and you put that date in, it will detect that you bought it before the split. It will tell you and it will automatically split it for you. Right? What happened is that the JSC was 2 days before, because of the T+2, that 2 days before they start allowing you to trade at the effective split price before it splits.
Mm-hmm.
And then today, end of day today, you get the units.
You get your new shares.
Yeah. So if you had 10 units, if you had 10 Massey shares on Monday, at the end of today, you check your account. If you haven't sold any, you will now have what 200 Massey shares.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And then check that.
There's so much money in just knowing how things work.
Yep.
IPO,
knowledge is power.
also just looking at how split actually work. I think me and Randy have attacked the most recent split very profitably, and we hear very different things from what our money is doing. Everybody complain about something, whatever. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
in, out, and yeah, everything going fine. Just on this is how it works. Try to figure out how it works the first time you see it. Just learning, going through that. I speak to a lot of clients about just everybody want to know how to get early IPO. And in my head, just to explain the whole breaker thing, I generally have opted out of doing that because you know how long that takes. But if you just put the time into that, you can get a lot out of that. Just knowing how things work. Just knowing how a process is, you can plan. You can properly do planning around that.
Yeah.
As Randy said, the profit is in the details.
I was thinking of something, by the way, regarding Massey though. Like how the price reflected as of yesterday, and the shares haven't fully reflected until this afternoon or Monday, when Monday reaches. What would happen
Today,
with the
right
people
now.
what would happen with the people who were to like sell like they have 50 units but they sell it for like 130 instead of the 1950 or like 2,000 something?
That's what I mean by again. The poor I know how things work.
Because I don't.
What would that? What? All right. So explain what you think would go wrong there. So that sounds like you think something can go wrong there.
I feel like the JC would be smart enough to, do the proper conversion and give them the correct money. But like what I feel like could happen in terms of a risk is that them don't get the correct money that you're supposed to get, if you get what I mean.
Not really. I don't get what you mean.
Like as in, I feel like I would be paranoid about that, but I never touched anything today. So
when do you mean?
You know what's sold today?
You
know what's sold today?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm talking about other people, because I saw some other people, and I'm like, okay, the price is saying 130 now instead of like 2,600, but they have like say 10 units or 20 units or 100 units. But I'm
Yeah.
sure the JC would give them the correct amount of money. Like the system would give them the correct amount of money, but there are
How much you want to
glitches
bet?
once
How
in a
much you
while.
want to
So
bet on that? How much you want to bet on that?
Correct. What
I-
do you mean by correct amount of money? I'm very lost. I think your understanding of it is a very different thing from what actually is happening.
Yeah. I think so too.
Because we go back to what Randy just said. The split, the price is effective for before, and
Mhm.
then you get the
but the
shares.
units,
End
but
of
the
day
units
today.
haven't reflected as yet. No, not as in.
Exactly.
Say somebody like sold or bought today, like at 9 a.m.
So then he
Like,
said,
and
I'm
the
back.
units have not reflected as yet. I
So
was just
today is
wondering
what
if that
day?
could.
But I know I run into it for a reason, and especially because people listening. So I want them to hear this.
Mhm.
If you buy today, what happened?
If you buy today, you buy the units that you ordered and you pay the 130, 120 odd, whichever price you set it for.
Yeah, and then what happens to at the end of the day? Do you get shares?
Well, talking about regarding the T+2 thing, I don't think you're supposed to,
Alright,
because
so
you got it after the
the record
record
date.
date.
So what's the
Mhm.
issue? If I come on the market and I see 10 shares at 130 and I want to buy 10 shares at 130, and I buy 10 shares at 130 and then I go about my business. There's nothing to get outside of the 10 shares at 130 that I bought.
Yeah,
If
what
I
I'm saying is
sell,
that what if there's a glitch or a risk where they don't actually, you get what I'm saying?
There is no glitch if you buy
glitch,
after the
you can't
record
what if a
date.
glitch? If a glitch is there, a glitch is there. You're preparing for a contingency that's not there at all. If it happened, then John know, but it hasn't happened. And you're talking about a possible glitch. Think you're fine. If you buy at 130 and you want at 130, you want 10 units, you buy. And you get what you're supposed to get, your 10 units at 130. You're not entitled to any split shares because you never had it before effective date for the split.
Mhm.
So the people who buy on that date just get joke. That's the simple truth.
No,
If
them
they,
get
if
them.
they,
I would
They
say
get
them get them
they don't
130.
get joke, they get the shares that they've paid for.
Yeah, if they thought they getting some
Yeah.
extra shares, them get joke kind of work. So
Yeah, yeah, that's
them
what
get
I
what
was
they pay for.
wondering. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not your first split though, man. And you're relatively young in the market. So you've been here for the recent split movement. In fact,
Well, I can't
remember
recall what was the last split, Danhai?
TFF Salef, one of them,
Oh, I
Germany
never did
in recent
participate in
days.
those. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
if you think that I remember when they had just changed the process, Randy and I were speaking a lot about it. We've got some issues around that, how exactly they account for that. Just reflection of shares in the account and everything there.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, if you're buying in a point where you're not entitled to any split shares, it's just the same as what happened before was they never reflect the split until so you get the shares and they reflect same time. So people will come and buy at they buy 1950 today because nothing no split. So the only units on offer will be the 1950, and if you want to buy them, you buy them. If you 130 is what 2,600. If you wanted those, and you saw 2,600 and you buy it, you're not getting any shares. You buy at 2,600 and then it's split.
Yeah.
That was a crazy. Yeah, as in if you know the rules, they're not doing that, but people were doing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The reality is that's why the understanding these rules
Is important.
not that extremely important. And you, Malik, who has heard it at grow, that wonderful grow that you earn by bet, you heard how much emphasis I put on understanding the rules there. You can make a lot of money by simply understanding the rules. A lot of easy money. I hate to say, I don't want to make it, but a lot of things just by knowing the rules. So if people aren't aware of the rules, they tend to get shafted a little bit, and that's an easy advantage that any beginner can get into. You can get that if you want a nice guide. Plug myself, evermickle.com/grow. I teach you a lot about that. I teach a lot of the basic rules, a lot of the beginner stuff, things that can help you stay protected, because there are also protections in the market, and not make certain little mistakes, especially around dividends and so on, and have an idea of what to expect, right? So I do that at grow. But that's a good point you've made, Malik, around Massey, and it really is interesting. But I'm really surprised it never sold today. But I think today is a high.
To me, today is a great day to sell. It's a great day to sell.
Well, just like how it has a possibility to go up or go down, it also can possibly go up depending on certain stuff.
Definitely.
But I mean,
But
everybody
without
have
talking
different time
possibilities, right?
horizons, so
But Malik, we don't talking possibilities. We're talking possibilities because we're talking expectation. The possibilities define our expectation. What are your expectations Monday morning?
could go down a little.
It just gave me a possibility about your expectation. What do you expect to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Not could. I can give you the could all day. It's not an advisory session, boss. This is, you're not advising me anything. You don't have to give me no fiduciary, whatever. You're just telling me what you think is going to happen.
I don't think I've come to a solidified like perspective on what I really think is going to happen Monday
Gotcha.
morning. Yeah,
Monday
I'm more
morning,
focused.
okay.
I'm more focused on looking into JFP and looking into Edifocal for like the early next week. I'm also interested in those two. So
But your own Massey.
yeah, old Messi.
So
Oh, all right.
okay, what's your goal? When do you expect? What's your goal for?
What's your plan for Massey? I think
Yeah.
that's what I'm missing. I was bringing my own idea into it. So what are your plans for Massey? What do you expect from Massey overall for you holding the stock?
Roughly a relatively stable company and for the most part. And I also bought in for the split and everything. But I really probably going like take something for about 20% and then just leave after that. So I'll
Price
see
is
it and I'll
20%
decide.
for you.
1950, 20% up from that, and then split it.
1950,
Oh,
and I'm looking for 20%. We don't have to work it.
It would be around 117.
117. That's when you're planning to.
And you never take 130.
That's
And you never take 130. You saw
No,
money on
as
the
in
table
that's
more than your goal, and you never jump out.
as
You see, I'm
in
tell you,
no, as
see, I'm
in
tell you,
that's
say
the way you
when-
call it, the minimum right there. So
What's your goal? You
Oh,
said
as in
20%.
Malik, mine have to bet me and end up at the next year. You know.
Yes,
Get
and
a
this
next
not tell
free
you,
drug.
you
Yo, find a bet you can win with me and bet grow up on it. I'm gonna send you back.
Cap
I
boss
don't-
and him
I
swing
don't-
trading, brother. Cap boss and him swing trading when it makes sense. You say your goal at 20% and the
And
thing
you
go,
get 30.
yeah, so much higher. Today, 128.20. You get a full 9.5% above your goal. And you don't know, and then you're talking about Eddie Focal and JFP next week. You've gotten it. This is swing, Swing would be selling it today and going into JFP Monday.
we did more money than you expected to make, or more money than you wanted to make. In fact, I don't want to talk Friday with her. Next Friday, I'm going to tell you what I was thinking about Massey, specific things about it, and then around the movement, and I'll tell you if I was wrong, around whatever, and then if it does go that way, I'll tell you what you were doing wrong, and what you could have done today that would have helped around certain things. So we'll talk Friday next week.
Yeah. Well, I'm tell you, Malik, you still have
actually, I
something to
have another question for you guys. What do you think is gonna happen with JFP come Monday though?
Actually, give you a possibility.
You can if you want to. I'm not here to ask you for like a solid
what do you think is
really
going to
think
happen,
about.
Malik? What do you think is going to happen?
I don't know, probably like push up maybe a little. I feel like it maybe it might like move like tropical when it came to market maybe, but I'm not sure.
Malik, we're talking specifics here. That wishy-washy thought don't get us anywhere. What do you think is gonna happen? Let's talk numbers. The list at $1.
Would you be buying?
This at $1, and I said that it was gonna be roughly around like tropical. So tropical they go like $1.20 something, and then it cool down from there. From what I remember.
So you expect a $1.20 something cool down?
Maybe about $1.20, $1.50. But I'm not fully sure. So that's what I was wondering what you guys would think as well.
We're never fully sure, Malik. We're never fully sure. So I'm asking expectations for a reason, just because I understand that we don't know what's going to happen. That's why expectation. I'm not asking what's going to happen. You have all the units on either side and all the money to do the trading to make it work how you want it to work. So what you think will happen? And you can move like tropical basically in your mind.
I think it might move like tropical.
That's what I say in your mind. So you think it will move like tropical. That's very cool.
But define like tropical in terms of some numbers, brother.
As in it will, it opened 9:30 people buy it up. There's some sellers, and then it probably like peaks maybe 130, 135, 120 something. I don't know. Like that's why, because tropical kind of did something like that. So that's why I was comparing it kind of like tropical from back in September 2020. So
Yeah, man. October, you
Mhm.
mean?
but like I'm pretty sure. No, man. I think didn't tropical list September 2020.
October.
Okay, all right. October 2020. Yeah, I feel like it might move like that, but I could be very wrong. But
But you
that's
know,
what
yeah,
I
man.
think.
Wrong is part of the thing. Wrong is part of the thing. Let's work with. Oh, look, late September 2020, September 30th, right? September 30th, 2020. But okay. What Tropical did was, if this is day one, it traded up to 128. It did not hit the break. I mean, it didn't close at its max. The next day, 128, heavy volumes. The third day, 5 million, so heavy volume still, but now it's down 115. And it continued to fall. And then it's been at the 120 level. It stayed at the 120 level for a good while. Good while meaning months and months, until about the middle of 2021. June 10, 2021, it started to spike. It hit all the way up to 149. And then we got another spike recently, 2022. February, after the Q1 results, it hit all the way up to 220, 250, and it's now at 225, right? You see, we'll add some actual numbers to it. Talk numbers. What do you think is going to happen Monday morning, JFP?
Well, when I was saying the numbers and like how far it could go, I meant like in the initial phase of the
Yeah,
IPO
man, that's what I'm talking about.
But I didn't mean
next
like,
week.
Yeah,
week,
like
Monday.
as in early, pardon me?
Trading. Early trading, yeah, man. So next week.
Yeah, early trading next week, Monday, maybe Tuesday, etc. But like, I can't tell months out in advance, obviously. So
They can, you know.
I mean, maybe you can, but what I'm saying is,
Remember,
I'm
it's still
more
expectations. I'm not saying again. Remember, not tying on to absolute. You can have expectations around it.
Yeah, man, you can have expectations around all kinds of stuff in life, including this. It's just I was saying that there's nothing solid enough for me to know what's gonna happen with Spur Tree or with Tropical or with well, not Tropical, but with JFP 6 months from now. Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
All right, no problem. I think it's going to list Monday.
Yeah, man, it's gonna list Monday.
I tell you, ask what things. I'm telling you, I don't want you to feel like I ask you all of this and I tell you nothing. I think it's going to list Monday. I think I don't know if it's going to hit the breakout. If it hits the breakout, that will be interesting to see. I'm hoping that either the broker has enough sense to buy it to hit the breakout. Yeah, this is me giving out free internal the stuff that I think I'm dumb at is needed in other markets, and I hate every time I say it free, because in a year or two you'll hear it spoken of as if we always knew. I'd like to see somebody the broker has enough sense to know that you need to buy it yourselves heavily. And it needs to hit the breaker day one, because and to take a quote from Malik, like with Tropical, important thing with Tropical here is that it listed, and then on day 3 it fell. And so the second it dropped, fear rules this market. Everybody's
exactly
jumping.
That's what's going on. You need a sustained buy. You need people who actually pushing and actually believing in something there.
Yeah,
very often the people
closest
to it. Yep. Again, the brokers are there. The broker believes in it most because so I believe if you're buying, you believe you buy buying is believing. So if you really believe in this thing, put your money behind it.
Exactly.
And that's every IPO.
I think the broker for the most part needs to be one of the most committed entities there is. So definitely, I agree with that. Definitely.
I'm drawing a line there. Because
I said
not
entities,
necessarily.
because
You can I know what you're talking. Yeah, man, but it could be as I was saying, the fact that you can bring something to market and think that if I have a company that wants the IPO and you're just a way through it, then sure. But
yeah.
So I give in that line that there's a possibility that a broker can just be a way to access the market. Not necessarily we committed behind, but generally how it is now, you know it is. We bring things we believe to the market, and that's very much across the world. That's typically what happened, right? So if you believe in, then you're buying.
Yeah, I'd like to think that. If they don't, I think let's hope that they. You see, I think the allocations were big enough. I think the allocations were pretty big in JFP's IPO.
Yeah.
And that has an effect, right? I'm talking completely from the retail perspective here. That has an effect where it means then that the demand has been satiated a bit, right? People are not running it down as much anymore. Moreover,
And
no, go ahead,
it's
Danhai.
selling in bigger volumes. And then think of it, just on the sell, if that fear hit, then each person has bigger volumes to put down to the market.
Correct.
So you're
Correct.
already knocking and already slim demand with higher volumes.
Yeah, 12.5
So-
shares base allotment, 22.8% of the excess above that. That is a big
Big
Allotment.
allocation for a small company.
yeah for an IPO. No, it does it mean that it must drop? No, anything could
No.
happen.
Not necessarily.
And
Yeah.
if you
Yeah.
think about that too, the broker can buy, or the broker can say, hey, we think it's going to drop, and if it drops, then we can be buying a lot for a very good price because we expect these things to happen. And when they do happen, I mean, we have a lot of money going in. It's always better to be, it's always better to be the cheaper in the one that costs cheapest.
Yep.
Because when I'm selling, then I have way more profit in between to go do whatever. So I don't have a broker strategy. I'm just saying for a listing of for a certain type of listing, meaning boy, you want that. If you're looking for we're hitting breakers all the way up and it's rising. If you're looking for something like what happened with Spur Tree, which people generally like, because a lot of people make a lot of money very early that way, and then that's good. Think of how people genuinely view a company that doesn't really perform early as a bad thing for a very, very long time. Talk to people about QWI, talk to people about Trans Jamaica. Somehow the company is this terrible thing that they're never going to put their money again. And I trust me, I meet a lot of people and I see a lot of portfolios, and you hear the talk, boy, them never going back there. If you lose money on stock, suddenly you write it off because you can never make money there again in many people's mind. So,
Danhai,
yo.
Wait, continue. Finish what you were saying.
Yeah, so an early strong performance for a listing does a lot for the view of the company or view of the stock.
You kind of reminded me of something quickly, by the way. When you mentioned Trans Jamaica, regarding Trans Jamaica and Wigton, I mean Trans Jamaica, I think it listed the 24th of March, 2 years ago, right when COVID broke out and it was spreading all over the place, right?
Right before the end of the government's financial year, correct?
Yeah, and Wigton was what, May 2019?
About that, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
but
think, to be honest, I would give
you can blame Trans Jamaica's fall on COVID right now, right?
No, as in I would give the government companies that were divested a benefit of the doubt, because Transjam came out right when COVID broke out, and then Wigton, I mean,
So you just did what I say,
it doubled, and a lot of
But
people made
Malik-
money after that. So.
Malik, you just did what you said. You just did what you said you were going to do. Blame Trans Jamaica's fall on COVID. That, as far as I'm concerned, that had nothing to do with COVID. In fact,
remember, you guys said
I remember.
people move the price.
Yes.
So it's them stepping.
Sure.
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with?
Make the point. You make the point, no man. It's not you guys say, that's real life.
Yeah, that's
the price go up by itself. Who buys? If I always find that interesting. Everybody wants a stock to rise, but they don't want to believe that they participate in the rise, which is why I hear a certain foolish talk about, boy, they're buying it up. Pesco, if it's going up, somebody's buying it up. Like, you think the stock that you own that's not Fesco that went up, somebody didn't buy it up? In fact, you were probably buying it up, right? So we want to believe that things move by themselves, but yes, it's people that move stocks, surprisingly.
Yeah.
I know it's a novel idea. It's not necessarily, it's not in the books.
But it is in the books. It is in the book.
I know, I'm joking.
Yeah.
It's in the again, the example. You never read the example, something like that, you know, because somehow it's not seen. But yes, Trans Jamaica, I was at the brokers. I saw the temperature there. You can, the funds bought, nice. Check
Funds
people who check the Oh, that I wasn't buying. How much people were pushing to buy Trans Jamaica post listing and willing to buy it higher? People were willing to buy Spur 3 at $2, $2.50, $3 because of expectation that this is going to do better. How much people you know were buying were saying I'm gonna buy Trans Jamaica at $2? It's a heavy listing too, weak allocation and you get everything I want.
Yeah.
So
Allocation.
demand get knocked
I
already.
was actually gonna say by saying that I'm interested and I'm kind of still excited about JPS, but I heard just the other day that the opposition spokesperson on finance was saying to not go through with the divestment, but obviously I don't agree with him. But
I mean that's fine, but guess what? They can work with that when they're in power.
Yeah.
People elect the government, so PMP
hopefully it doesn't get
do what PMP
political
do.
is my concern. That's what I hope it doesn't.
It's going to get political, Malik. You don't realize how Jamaica live in a bossy.
I know. Trust me. I know. Trust me.
PMP going naysay. And that's how it works.
I know the politics working is just. I just hope that them the better and just don't bother politicize this. But I can only dream and hope.
I'll go. You're going to think there anymore again, bro. You've seen one party make a plan, lose power. And the next party continue the plan, and the man will make the plan say no. Cross both parties. And that's how it works. It's going to be politicized, especially something like JPS. Something like that can reach every single ear because every single body under JPS thumb. You go here and say, boy, they make a JPS and the price is rising. They even get price I think that
and the funny thing is that
electricity is going up because it listed. What you going to hear that? Because
I would suspect that the opposition would say that for you. But the sad situation is that I feel like if the company does get listed, it will become more transparent and way more people will be able to hold them accountable. Right? But they don't want the list because the way of the government is already. And,
I don't know. Hold on, Malik. I'm
not sure you're going on.
Let's not have. Let's bring it back from the loose stock. Hold on, we're bringing it back from the loose stock. One, the company is listed. It is transparent. It has listed debt, which means that its numbers are put out every quarter. It follows all of the listing requirements of a company already. If you want to know what's happening in JPS, it is right there for you to see all the time, right? So I don't want.
That's funny as well. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't.
JPS has been listed.
Yeah, JPS has been listed for its debt has been listed for a long time, and as a result, we have a lot of information on the company.
Around JPS. So again, I was actually going to say one thing that Duffy said. She's waiting on prospectus. I'm going to say there's a lot of information about JPS that's very public. They don't need to wait for a prospectus for it. The way the prospectus will tell you certain details around go into the company what it do, and get more details so you can understand the company more. And very important, they give a price for the shares, and you will relate that price, whatever profits making for the company. That's a big part of it. But as it is right now, you can read up on JPS a lot.
Yeah, in fact, it's rare because it's a listing that's happening where you can actually estimate what the price is going to be. You can estimate what the price is going to be because you can actually value JPS right now based on
how much you would buy it for.
Yeah, and based on a lot of factors right now because its information is public. So I think maybe a lot of people just didn't know that. But yeah,
I feel like more eyes are gonna be on it more than ever though. If it like
it must be. It's only public. It's a public power company. There must be a lot of eyes on it. So I think we have to be realistic about those things. And politics is the lifeblood of the people. Politics is personal. If it matters to people, politicians are going to speak to it because it matters to people who they want to vote for them, right? Or
I want to vote. I think we forget that very often when we run behind a political point. These guys actually want the votes. They're saying these things for votes.
The sweetest thing to a politician is when they hear you say, I don't vote. Yes, I don't have to worry about you.
I don't have to worry about you.
Yeah, that's
it's like, okay, your point doesn't matter. What you're saying right now actually doesn't matter. Because you can vex, but we're going to vote it.
So I say all that to say, don't expect them to not speak to it. It's going to be politicized, but we have enough experience with politics in Jamaica that I would say that it being politicized don't really mean anything important. Expect it to be politicized. Just look towards getting your benefit from it somehow, right? Politicians will always be politicians, but those bills are gonna come every any day. And listed or not listed, JPS is sending that bill at the end of the month anyway. So
Yep.
I would tell you that is why I'm excited about it, because you literally cannot get away from JPS from that bill.
Yeah.
And I think there, if again, I'll say, if it's priced properly, I think there is a chance for regular people to make some actual money, right? I wouldn't mind a nice big on rise from it. Yeah, man. If you do it right, you make the money from JPS. If it's listed and priced properly, you could have JPS end up paying your JPS bill for the next year or two, right? That's something that I think is a great possibility. But yeah,
imagine you put a 10 grand, a million in JPS and double and put it on that profit to pay. Think
JPS
of
bill.
Make a million from JPS. You say, this is my JPS bill money. You're not going to savings account to do whatever. You can put it somewhere that you know, say, or because just estimate your bill for a year. And you say every single year this 1 million must make X amount for it. So if your bill for the year is 100 grand, I don't know light bill so well. So sorry guys. I don't know your light bill, sorry. Randy, your light bill might be high, but if your light bill for the year is 100 grand, then you just work that in. So yo, every year this 1 mil must make 100 grand, 10%, and that will pay my bill.
Yeah, it actually be funny is if someone made gains off a JPS like that and they use it to buy like solar panels to go.
Oh, definitely.
That would be
in fact,
even
I think Randy
funnier.
said that publicly. That's a damn good plan. Like use JPS to deal with JPS less.
Yep. And continue to profit.
And then if you do it right, you get the solar panels and you sell back
to
the
JPS. And use that money to go buy more JPS.
Yeah. So regular people can get into that, I think, for the first. And JPS is going to be wider distributed. It's just, I pray it's going to be priced well. That's like a big.
And don't be surprised, man.
Maybe you should give them a recommendation, Randy.
Wait till they hear people saying JPS can't expand. Malik? They give it a couple of years.
Yeah.
You're gonna hear that one. The JPS can't expand because their custom mate is so watch it.
Yeah,
I can think of one way where they could technically expand almost immediately.
I can think of many.
Well, you think, consider this. When Wigton was listing, you hear that it had no growth potential, right?
Exactly.
Look at it growing now. Yeah, look how Wigton now.
Interesting, right?
I think.
In fact, Wigton been telling us from jump exactly how they plan to expand. Interesting. Funny how that works, but
yeah. All right.
Yeah. But again, that's a different perspective.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you very much, Malik, for those points.
Indeed.
Ash, you've been waiting for a good little while, so thank you. I'm going to beg you come back in and repeat the point that I asked you to stop talking about a little earlier, and any other points you have. And by the way, anybody else, if you have any other questions, point, anything at all, it don't have to be technical. It can be simple. Anything you want to hear us speak on, I want to have a conversation with us about, send a speaking request, and we will talk about it. We'll approve and we'll talk about it. Right? Ash, what's up?
Hey, I hope my internet will behave now.
Hope so too.
So I have concern. I'm gonna use the words of Damian Marley. I have concerns about war and rumors of war.
All right.
I think that locally, most people aren't really aware of the full effect that the current state of affairs in Russia and Ukraine can have, are having, are projected to have on Jamaica. And my fear is that we're going to be blindsided by some of it. So yes, we have the oil issues. Granted, Jamaica doesn't directly import oil from Russia, but Russia is the leading producer of wheat and barley, I believe. Jamaica doesn't produce either of them. And even if, again, we don't import it directly from Russia, we import it from somebody who does import it from Russia. And there are Jamaican companies that have Russian stake in there, and around the world they are seizing all of these assets. So I think Jamaica is almost a sitting duck. I hope not, but I don't see companies talking about it as much as I expected, or government talking about it as much as I expected, and I can see where it can hit some companies and where it can hit John Public pretty hard.
All right. Well, I love this. I love this, right? Because I said, I don't know, many weeks ago, I said that, I don't really worry about some things. I don't worry about the noise, but I like that you brought it from a sensible point of view. And I don't know if I said it here. I know I said it in my group, like the Grow Subscribers group. I don't know if I said it here, that I had said publicly that, I'm not really worried about it. I don't think there'll be much impact. And then giving more thought and look at more things, I'm like, I can see direct impact outside of the things you've mentioned, general inflation and gas prices. But I'll ask you, since you mentioned those, I want to carry everybody along with us. What are some of the things that you think? What are some of the areas? Let's say the three biggest areas that you think will get hit. You mentioned food, wheat. You mentioned wheat. What else?
There's wheat, there's barley, there's oil. What else are they big on? I mean, I don't think they're going to get hit with a bomb. Granted, they did find a World 2 bomb in Mandible this week. But yeah, those three things: wheat, barley,
Oil.
oil.
I think
But
LNG
actually-
also.
Looking at what?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's natural gas. Yeah.
Natural gas is a big one.
Yeah, so
Russia-
we're still heavily dependent on these non-renewables and so-called renewables. Natural gas renewable, but that's a different discussion. We're still heavily dependent on that, so that's a concern for me. Yes, if you have Fesco and potentially Wigton, you may be able to benefit, maybe. But I'm almost anticipating some. Oh, this is a public place. I'm anticipating some hella shocks to come fairly soon.
All right, what kind of shocks? Let's break it down. We
Yeah,
don't want
real
to
life.
blind fear.
In real life, I see gas prices going through the roof, and it's not just us complaining that, boy, we go and it take 15 grand, 20 grand to fill up a car. This is food going up. Food has to get around the island somewhere. I'm sure the manufacturers will not absorb
Food-
that cost.
Food has to get into the island. That's a big one. I think
There
our
we
food
go.
security, is a point that you mentioned earlier, that you don't really hear anybody talking about it. I don't know if I said it here, but I'm saying it publicly now. I have this little mantra that if you hear it on the news, you don't have to worry about it, right? You haven't heard any news reports talking about our food security. Why? Because you probably have to worry about it. And think about it. Government knows these things. It's like when you become an adult, if anybody who have children will know this. You get older, you learn it. In a bad situation, sometimes you don't want to make the person in the bad situation with you panic unnecessarily. So you might be quiet until the point where you have to tell them about it, right? I think maybe the government is doing the same thing. It's their job to look ahead, and I'm sure they're seeing a lot of the impact of food on our local food impact and possible future impact on our local food security. Meaning we might just not be able to get certain things, right?
Which you see it already now,
Yeah, if you're paying attention, you can see it already. And the price increases that have been happening so far, I think, are just a start.
Start.
Yeah,
But
I think
even going to the supermarket, you can't get a lot of things that you could have gotten last month.
Yeah. I remember a little over a year ago, I'm trying to know. Somebody I know went to the supermarket and they did a regular kind of shopping. They're not very good at shopping, but they did a regular shopping a bit carelessly, and the bill came to over 100 grand. That was a year ago. And I saw on Twitter the other day, somebody put a bill up for 300 odd grand. And I remember that story about 100 grand from a year ago. And I thought that seemed crazy then. It doesn't seem as crazy now. And it makes sense now when looking at the 300 odd grand bill. Saying that to say that, yes, I do think a lot of shifting is going to happen with our food. No, I'm not Mr. Doom and Gloom. You're not going to get that from me. I do think that there'll be impact to our food. I do think we should expect increases. That thing I've been saying over the last year turns out now to be very important. You can complain or you can profit. There is a limit to what the government will be able to do about any of this. We literally don't have the money. Like, yeah, the government should get rid of the gas tax. All right. Do you need the government to be poorer right now? going into the next year because the government cannot afford to be poorer right now. Some countries that have some richer countries, what they do is they've given grants to their people, or they've come in and they've subsidized the cost of fuel. We can't read that in Jamaica. We just kind of have to take the hit because we need it, right? And when it comes to food, it's the same thing. The government can't really subsidize food that much. The most it might be able to do is, believe it or not, drop maybe some tariffs to allow some food to be cheaper, right? I'm thinking of chicken, which is one of the things that I think is artificially expensive in Jamaica. It might, that artificial expensiveness might be removed in order to give us a better supply, right? Which, could impact chicken companies in Jamaica, like JBG, the listed one, and CB Chicken, not listed. I hope they list. I hope something like this pressures them into listing. And that's how I have to think about it. You have to think about what can't I change, what's likely to happen, and what can I do to either protect myself or benefit from it. If I see Richard Pandoy on Twitter talking about, the shocks that has hit his supply chain. They've had to take price increases already. And when you see him talking, my personal view is that just expect more of an increase from him, kind of softening the blow ahead of time, right? Separate sell a little bit of everything. So if separate raise, everything is kind of going to go up. And separate is in the same wheat and grain sort of thing. Russia and Ukraine are responsible for 3 out of 10, out of every 10 tons of wheat sold around the world, Russia and Ukraine are responsible for about 3 out of the 10, right? So them being down is heavy pressure on the system, and the system was pressured already. You don't want to say anything happening with China, because I don't think we can literally have anything happening with Russia and China. Russia has a crap load of oil, and they're in lockstep with OPEC, who, by the way, probably don't. The reason I saw a headline the other day, let me put all these things together, saying that the OPEC leaders did not take a call from Biden, but they took a call from Putin. And I can understand why, because this conflict is causing oil to go higher. And I mean, they sell oil. They sell oil. It benefits them. They want that sort of thing to happen, right? Food, oil, two things you can't help, but you can maybe protect yourself, because you're right. Food prices are going to spike. I suspect that people will start buying less of their, less discretionary spending might happen. You might have more base levels spending happening. I'm not buying all of the nice things. I'm buying the stuff I need because everything is so expensive. We might go through a period of that kind of tightening, which might mean then that listed companies that are involved in the buying and selling of base level stuff might have a better impact coming to them, right? DTL is supposedly the largest importer of rice to Jamaica. That's something to consider. Lasco is notorious for lower cost food. That's something to consider. GK sells food. GK sells food heavily, is it not anymore? GK sells food not just in Jamaica but also in other countries. There's opportunities there. All the companies that over the last few years used to make a big deal about exporting the food, I think are now facing an opportunity. Well, they're facing a challenge in terms of the pricing. You're right, Ashley, in that they're going to have. Yeah, go ahead, Danhai.
Exactly that. Is that double-sided opportunity and thing then? It's hard to actually work out where exactly that is. I was explaining something to a client and a friend last weekend about thing like export. Why it's not the great thing. The local sales will make more money because your export is so nice. But it's really a volume. You can export a lot, then sure. Imagine going to America where food is cheaper and it's more expensive to produce here. So, and Grace going to America and saying, hey, John, have to drop our price from the Jamaican market, and it's already so expensive to get the food there. Imagine with all of this going on. Yeah. Prices there increasing, but prices here increasing. And the things that control our prices also increase. Yeah. Both sides. Yeah, we can probably have more opportunity to make more money there, but it might just cost more.
Yeah, that's a realistic thing that we have to worry about. And the way to protect yourself really and truly is earn more money. And I would say hedge your bets by owning some of these companies that are going to have to raise their prices. You're right. They're going to have to raise their prices heavily. But separate has been around before all of us were born, and it's going to be around hopefully after we're all gone. So I'm definitely not telling anybody to buy anything. Of course, the show is not financial advice in any way, shape, or form, and it shouldn't be taken as such. However, my personal plan is to hitch my wagon to some of these companies that are definitely going to be selling more, right? And I'll drop a little gem in there. Of course, you think about like your GKs, your Seprads, because those are massive, right? But sometimes the small companies can make a lot more between the cracks. Jam Tea, Caribbean Dreams.
Big up Spur Tree too.
Yeah, Spur Tree. That's the next one I was actually going to. Spur Tree, who sells 90 odd percent of their sales. 90 odd percent of Spur Tree sales happens overseas, right? Spur Tree is a great opportunity. It has a great opportunity ahead of them because they sell spices and they can maybe do a large percent increase on the cost of their products, but it works out as a small dollar figure increase in the other markets, and people buy it. People buying, I doing a barbecue or whatever. I'm overseas diaspora. They're buying the same Jamaican things anyway. No matter how high things go, they're still going to try and buy them Jamaican things anyway, right? And now Spur Tree have Aki, and I see GK talking about concentrating more on local food production.
So when I come into this, remember Randy said, "Why baby?"
Yeah, exactly, right? Now if you put all three of those dots together and consider what that means for Spur Tree, which not only is going to continue to make 90% of its money overseas in a time when everything around the world, including overseas, is going up, including basic food items, so people are accepting it. How are you going to not eat? That the US dollar to Jamaican dollar rate is likely to go up. I heard one person who I actually consider an expert on the US dollar rate said that he'd be very, very surprised if I'm paraphrasing. He said more than that, but he'd be very, very surprised if it doesn't go above 163. And I said that's a weirdly specific number. And there's very few people that I consider actual experts. Somebody I consider an expert in that said that.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. And that guy knows that. He said something.
Better than
If you check what he's talking about and how well he does that thing, yeah, man, expert that.
Yeah, and if the expert think 163, it means that the same unit of whatever spice Spur Tree sells in Walmart, they may be able to sell it for higher because of the inflationary things that we mentioned, including what's happening with the war. And that for higher is also multiplied by a lot more when you carry it to Jamaican dollars, which is what Spur Tree reports in, right? And then there's also the Aki factor, which wasn't there before, with the Exotic Products Company, and is there now. And if GK puts some white labeling towards that Aki factory,
business immediate,
yeah.
What a way to hedge your bet. It's interesting, right?
Amazing way to hedge your bets. Spur Tree's PE currently is 94.4 times. I would not be surprised in the next report or two if it get cut down heavily. And there's also not just the bad. I'll touch one more bad thing that I noticed you didn't mention it though, Ash. That Russia owns our bauxite facilities here.
Yeah, Jamaica. Man, that's what I was hinting at when I said that we have some companies here.
The thing, the sanctions and the we call it again. When you nationalization, something like that.
Well, I think that's something that might have to be considered. And I saw an article the other day from Gleaner. Not the other day,
an article today.
Today, yeah, from Gleaner. That's
so we're good.
Well, they've set up, but I mean, they can't. Yeah, again, they have to be calm. Right? Yeah, they said that they're mulling various scenarios, including acquisition of the asset, to avoid violating any sanctions, which is something that they also mentioned and considered before. It's something that they mentioned and considered. Yeah, before with Venezuela and Petrojam. Right, it's the same sort of situation where listen, we don't want to get locked up or lost, and we don't want to get hit with sanctions there. So let's adjust real quick. I hope they'll do that. This is a mean
out of that though.
Say that again.
I mean, to be fair, aren't we kind of pulling out of bauxite.
I mean, you
So
can be
if they were
pulling
to
out,
seize it,
We pulled out a lot, but we are where we are. And I
and
don't know.
it's
We're pulling. I know that's a pulling. I know we pulled out a lot. I just don't know that we're going further.
yeah,
I think at some point, yeah, but milk it for as much as they can.
yeah.
It's still too good. It's still too good of money for us to just give up very easily.
yeah.
Again, we're a poor country.
Yeah, it's like how people say, but also forget what people say. We might not want to be as dependent on it, but it's a natural resource that we have, and natural resources are costing more around the world. Moreover, if we own it and Russia, it might actually turn around, and be a boon for us, because if Russia's companies, because this company Rusal, it doesn't just own bauxite in Jamaica, it owns it all over the world. Now, if they're facing sanctions elsewhere, it might suddenly mean that the cost of aluminum and bauxite as a result spike, and somebody else might be willing to buy it from us. Maybe the Chinese are always willing to step in and buy a lot of stuff from us. This is a great opportunity for them to roll out their own thing, or maybe an American company. There's lots of opportunity in a crisis. There's always opportunity, and it might actually work out great for the country. Yes, we might be trying to step away from it, but we haven't stepped away yet, and we still need the money. And as you hear me say, we can't really afford to not have more money right now going into tough times.
Bro. Yeah. I think people often, like, just in terms of framing things outside of their perspective, or just outside of their narrative. Not you actually at all. You don't say me any good. But generally here, like, other talking here on Twitter, and just not only Twitter, but generally, a lot of it is from this is what it is, or this is my perspective of things, and then it done there. So, but real life does hit you real fast. We are a poor country. You can't just get up and let's just stop doing whatever. Like, the thing you're talking about affecting in a way that you would not like. So yeah, sure, we can move away from it. How quick? What's the replacing? Think of amount of money Jamaica does loses. You think before now?
Yeah, it can get a whole lot worse, right? And it will
well, I
likely get
mean,
a whole
our
lot
greatest
worse.
export is our people, and we do have quite a bit of them leaving every year and sending back remittances. So,
Yeah, sure, but
I mean,
is
we're
it
kind of covering our tush.
not really? Because
No.
we're doing that and we're doing it now, We're still poor. So we stop thinking that we start in them again. We're talking about eating dirt in Haiti. Good luck eating bauxite.
Yeah.
Full of
It's
iron.
it is a real thing I have to be aware about. But thank you, Ash. I like having a sensible conversation around things like this, and it is a real worry, and it is a real possible problem. But the country might be able to turn it into an opportunity, and regular people being involved, we may also be able to turn it into an opportunity for us. There are companies out there that are going to make more money.
Must benefit.
Yeah.
I think the point that you made about some of the stronger, more seasoned companies out here as well, who've been around from before we born, the parents born, like they've seen crisis, they've seen
Fox.
international crisis before, so they have some experience in an essence. So they should be able to ride the storm and come out on the other end hopefully better.
Yeah, right this time and come on doesn't mean it works out well for us immediately though. Just putting that in case somebody takes as that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Things are going to define for the company during the time, or that we're fine from whatever effect comes from the company riding that storm. So, yeah. Riding the storm can just mean like, yo, this is as far as we can push our margin.
Yeah,
so
because
it was about go on hold the money we make now because enough to live.
Yep. There may just not be enough as there's a point past which people just can't buy it.
Like, cool. Exactly. It's like, all right, cool, I'm gonna leave that on the shelf because
Speaking of like reaching a point where people can't buy it, I kind of diverting a little bit. But do you think there's any likelihood that
we're known for that?
is going to do a stock play? Is going to do a stock play?
Is there any likelihood that who?
Likelihood, yes. I mean, they even said it yesterday, didn't they?
Who is that? Sorry.
GK
GK conference. the investor briefing. I didn't get to listen to it as yet, but clients are reporting that there is a consideration of a stock split. So you know,
That was said. They actually said those words out of them out.
so it was said to me. I trust but verify, so I'm going to do the verification when I can. But tell me I hear. So and more than one source. So unless everybody hears now, we're good.
Yeah, and a lot of time people hear what they want, you know. But
Trust me.
I think a lot of people want it. A lot of investors want.
Definitely.
yeah.
Like I'm
Who is
sure I heard you talking about this last year.
Just call me name, man.
Yeah, I want it too. I mean,
Big up
that's solid.
Smithy. Big up Smithy, who said that he's been waiting on
They
this
reach
for a long
100.
time. Yeah, they reach 100, so they must split back again, right?
Smithy, you should send a letter to the board and make a suggestion.
I can be very persuasive, you know. You know this, Danhai, as do you, Randy.
Yeah, that
I
is
think I
true.
can convince.
That is true. But I hope they have the stock split. I hope they do. I can see loads of cases for it, and I hesitating to give this gem. I'll give this gem. Here's one of those speculative things, those wild speculative things that crazy people like me that base it on, right? About how many employees does GK have? You know?
Boy, I'm going to give the Jamaican answer and say no, because I know that, you know, they're in manufacturing, they're in banking, finance, they're in several countries across the world. No. But they did say that they were gifting I wasn't sure if it was their Jamaican staff alone, but they were gifting staff shares, and I go, are you creating new shares, or are you giving them some of yours?
Even subsidiary companies get GK shares, and how it works is thing that you buy some and you get some free on top of the sum you buy.
Yeah.
Ooh,
So let's do some quick maths on that, right? Let's say they have over 3,000 employees in their group worldwide. So let's say 3,100. This is what they say. They say over 3,000. I'll say 3,100, right? And they're giving their employees 100 shares if they buy either 1,000 shares that they're giving to them, or 2,000 shares, right? And they're also giving their employees. I really don't want to say this publicly, though.
Or that.
The GK employee.
Share thing. I don't want to say public because how I know it's consideration from client.
No man. I've heard that, and it was said. It is out in the public sphere. But what
it's definitely public. I've seen that document outside of us. So
yeah,
nobody's sharing it.
Yeah, is a dot I didn't want to connect here, but it's a speculative.
Okay.
So do it what you guys want. Here's my thinking: 3,100 employees, and they're giving them. You have a chance as an employee to buy up to 2,000 shares, right?
1,000 or 2,000. You get 100 or 200 based on what you buy.
If you buy 2,000, no man. If you buy 2,000, you get 100. I think it's not 100 or 200.
You get 200 if you buy 2,000. 100 if you buy 1,000.
All right, let's do that. Let's do it that way. 2,000 and you get 200. So you get 100 for every 1,000. They're gifting that to their employees. And if the employee, and they're doing it at a discount.
Yeah.
So it is at the price as of January 31st, I think.
What?
And the January 31st price is 102.23, and the discount is 25%. So 102.23, and then they're giving you a 25% discount on that, right? By the way, guys, I don't work for GK, so if any of this is wrong, I make no guarantees as to the accuracy of what I'm saying, right? I could be wrong. But 102.23, right? And they're giving a 25% discount on that. So that brings it down to, that means that GK employees then, in this case, if I'm correct, are able to get those shares at a price really of $76.67. Right? Still with me?
Yep.
All right. So 67 cents, right? Now, if you don't have the money to buy it, because you're getting 3,000 shares, you're getting 2,000 shares, sorry. Even with the discounted price, if you're taking 2,000 shares, that's still $153,345 that you have to spend to buy it, even at the discounted price. However, I think they're also lending their employees the money to buy it in the event that they don't have the money to buy it, right? So they'll give you a loan to buy the shares, and they're also giving a heavy 25% discount on the shares. And you can get 2,000 shares. And if you get 2,000 shares, you get an extra, you're getting an extra 200 shares. That's what Danhai say, right? So you're getting
No,
an
it's
extra.
not. So it's 100. 100.
Okay, so it's an extra. That's what I thought. It's an extra 100 shares that they're also gifting on top of the 2,000 shares that they lend you the money to buy if you don't have it, right? So it's a soft loan from the company. I love that sort of thing, by the way. GK really helping its employees. Great
Big
job.
up. Trust me, man.
So now let's say they have 3,100 employees, and all 3,100 buy the 2,100 shares, because why wouldn't you? You're getting a loan for the 2,000 plus you're getting 100 on top of it. That would mean that 3,100 employees are getting these shares, and I think they're getting it as of March 31st. All 3,100 employees would have a total then of 6.5 million. It would be a total of 6.5 million GK shares, which they again would have essentially paid $70 for, but they're currently worth $103.12. So I get, if I'm thinking just me as a regular person, I have spent 100,000 to get 2,000 shares, plus I get an extra 100 GK shares on top of it, and I get it at a nice discount. And I get it March 31st, and chances are when I get it, it is worth 100, and let's say the price stays the same, so $103. How quickly you think it's going to be before I just sell it and pay back the loan and keep the difference? Very, very likely for that to happen, right?
True.
All right. So that means March 31st, a crap load of people, at least 3,100 people, assuming that all of them participate, and what I'm saying is correct, are going to have some GK shares that they didn't have before. And they're going to be worth a lot of money. Now, what happens if 3,100 people put in sell orders for 2,100 shares each on the queue? I mean, if I really paid let's say $76 for the shares, I'm willing to sell it for all $80, $90, $95, right? So the share price could very well plunge as a result, right?
Yes, supply outweighing demand.
There we go. And it's a huge boon in supply. No, I don't think I'm some genius that has figured this out. I think if I figured it out, I think the people at GK also know this, which makes me think that there's likely something that's going to be announced. If it wasn't announced in the thing that Danhai just mentioned, it's just not publicized yet because the market is slow. People take long, the industry take long to hear things and figure it out. But I suspect that something is going to be made very clear to everybody between now and March 31st, which is
or
likely
April 15th, blackout. What other? March 21st make more sense.
Exactly, because March 31st is when they get it. So I suspect
and that's when, wait there, but not in April 15th. I might think of it. What is the internal lockout for GK employees?
Is the first quarter, so it would be April 15th.
No, man. Remember, some companies have a lockout. So like,
they might have a blackout on March 31st.
Blackout on March 31st. I'm gonna check that the GK have that.
So yeah, that
would be interesting.
That would be very interesting, because then it could prevent them from selling it, right? But if there is no prevention, and if they do get it March 31st, and if the lockout is 15 days later, then it would likely mean a hit to the share price heavily from all these people selling. And I think that they know this. So I suspect that there's going to be something that's announced between now and March 31st that's going to be so attractive that anybody who has GK shares is probably not going to want to sell. Or whatever is announced will be so exciting that the share price will probably fly between now and the end of March 31st. That could be 100% wrong. This could be nothing. If it's nothing, a lot of GK employees will have a lot of GK shares, and whenever they're able to sell them, anything could happen. But I suspect something is going to be announced between now and then. And that's my GK gem for the day. You can go and do
Well,
the
I
digging on
think
your
it's
own.
been their 100th anniversary that they want to
So
make
something must
happen.
go on actually.
So I'm looking forward to the excitement that they want to create, and I'm also looking forward to the potential rights issue of CPJ. So the market is still exciting. We'll be number one again here.
Ooh, rights issue of CPJ.
I'm almost sure I heard that on some talk before all of this war thing took over conversation where
Which
they said they
some
wanted
talk.
to raise capital. Was it Kalila's talk?
They have said they wanted to raise capital for a long time
Capital,
now.
money times.
Yeah.
Is the right issue part. I like that hearing you saying right. So I can hear right. I love hear that.
I'm almost sure I heard it right. Well, I would prefer a rights issue
Me
than
too.
As would I.
That's what I want. That's what I want. That's why I'd love if that was said, because then
And I think the shareholders need
Last thing I
the
heard.
shareholders need to make up noise about all of them dilution.
Oh
Because
gosh, no, but actually, when we say it, thank you, Ashley, thank you,
Yeah. Actually, I'm so happy
because
that
it's
you
not
came back.
it's not just us saying it, and it's almost like when we said we mustn't not go so you're not being diluted. Like it's like I'm looking at the color red, and you're telling me it's purple, and you're gonna fight me say purple, but everybody else like
so them can't tell me foolishness.
you're properly diluted. Yes, I think the APO. That's literally why I have an APO. That's literally why it's not. That's why we have deviation from rights issue. That is for dilution. So, yeah.
It dilutes minority shareholders, and it's often to allow another party to come in, and the majority shareholders. We're hearing your keys, Danhai. Yeah, the majority shareholders, usually like the founders or so on, are usually not interested in being diluted, so they protect themselves from dilution. And if you're bringing in somebody new, dilution have to happen. So if I don't want to be diluted and I'm bringing in somebody new, screw the minority shareholders, let them take the dilution. But they don't say that. They say, "Hey guys, we're having an APO and
we're raising money. Just vote on it. Tell us that. All right, fine. I know again. Pulse started out talking rights issue a couple of years ago, and then now it's APO in the mix. If you check that thing there, you check the AGM notice, and it's rights issue or APO, right? And I think that I don't think they're the first company. I don't know if they're the only company to do that, to make it sound like there's a possibility of a rights issue, and it's okay. We're gonna raise money, possibly rights issue or APO, whichever way the directors decide. So you don't know what they're going to decide, right, Randy? Or what you expect to be decided. But they say like that.
Well, what I heard from the CPJ AGM was that it's there will be a rights issue element. This is what I heard. And when I start hearing things like that, I start getting wary. But I'm looking forward to it. I mean, CPJ has been great. Outside of that, it has been great for the past year. It has given people, especially the people who would have bought in early last year, a nice run. I big up the grower grads all the time, the ones who did the grow, especially the one early in the year where we went into CPJ, and they would have, if they've listened and it made sense to them and they bought in, they would have made a mint buying CPJ below $3 late 2020 and early 2021. But if there's an APO, all of that becomes less attractive for me at least.
But I've been saying, it's CPJ. If they come with an APO, it has to actually come good with that rights issue component.
Yeah.
If it has the same effect as always as every single APO, then you just don't decimate. So if you're actually going to bring the rights issue component, do it good. Don't come in a half-baked measure to try and make it sound like you're giving us a I do not want to be diluted. To me, so I don't know how much I want to be there by this point. But yes, give some point. Give something to it. Right? So yeah.
I was trying to understand why their share price started to take a bit of a tumble. If it was all of the excitement with shiny IPOs coming out, or if there was something in the market that I completely missed.
Well, shiny IPOs are in the market. That's a thing.
Indeed. That's a thing.
Okay, so it wasn't the war. I shouldn't be concerned. Sell everything and go in
Yo,
monk.
I promise you, Ashley. I promise you, this war, like, the war again. To me, it sounds like the same thing with COVID. Let's talk about it. Let's act like we fear it. We actually fear it, but we're fearing the impact of it on the market to the point where we believe it's doing something, and everybody looking at everybody else, asking, "Are you scared enough to sell?" And then they're scared of that guy being scared themselves. Watch it, fear. Fear is the mind killer. Why them results
Yeah.
first rule? You fear something, say believe it to be true.
Yeah, the lie you want to believe, or fear is a mind killer from doing. You're right. Fear rules the market, especially with retail investors. Fear rules the market. The dipping, I think, is just a lot of people you have realized would have gotten gains, and maybe they're very fearful, so they might be jumping out. And every time it drops, some people jump out, and some people jump in. And some people jump in with heavy and heavy amounts. And if you're just looking on the fundament, sorry to say that word, if you're looking on the base results of the company and the company's potential, this company is way ahead in its potential, right? The things that I'm
Bro.
seeing looking on the ground, way ahead in its potential. So I won't belabor CPJ too much, but just
Yeah,
to say
CPJ
that
so we're expanding, and we have what 9 months alone record profits in 1 month, in 1 quarter, in 3 months. They have record profit that could challenge a year of full operation for them.
their
To
best
me, that's
year.
crazy. Best year in
Yep.
3 months. That's crazy.
Yep.
And
I
then
think
And
they
that's
deserve
9 months. They were
elevation. They're
lost
no longer
still
just
in
a
that thing there.
sorry, say that again,
I
Ashley.
think they deserve, I think they deserve elevation. They're no longer just a tourism stock.
Oh, they were never just a tourism stock. It's just that that's
I
the
don't
easiest to
know.
talk about it.
We always spoke well. I know people like to refer to them as a tourism stock, but if you really
No,
think about it,
people love their oversimplification. It's a big deal for other people to put things in the simplest form, and they lose a lot of details with that.
Yeah,
true.
and that
Which is
sort of detail that is lost
make you
oftentimes is
buy
where
ECL.
yep. It can lead into a bad thing or it can lead into a good thing. I mean, ECL has been looking nice for the last few days. Danhai.
For that,
ECL has been
repeat that.
looking nice for the last few days. It's been trending up. It's at
Nice.
525 now.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's roughly by itself. But yeah, and
Yeah.
by the way, yes, anybody can challenge me on that point. ECL is fine. If you're buying ECL and it fits within your time frame and your goals, do it. It's listen up. ECL is fine. If you have a wherewithal, sit it out. Again, Randy talk about DCA, and that's where a good thing there. If you can look at a company and say this is a bad situation for right now, but I see a light at the end of this tunnel, and I'm the kind of investor I can sit on and ride the wave, and I can say, oh, I know that when it dip, and I will lose my shoes, I will buy some more because I know that at some point, and you probably a point in mind, you have a goal, you just keep buying. Like, nothing wrong with that. You don't have to be on it. There's no shame in that game because guess at the end of the day. Then I can't tell you. Then I 12 months ago when he was talking about we want to buy ECL now. Can't argue with the money you make in your pocket.
That's true. That's true. Profit is always the proof. And yeah, again, if you hear a stock here, a stock and you love off that stock, it don't mean that the stock is terrible. It might just not be for us. No,
Far from it.
or oftentimes I question when people say things, and I think they find that they think that me questioning means I don't like it. ECL itself, one of the big things about it is that one of the big things about ECL is the improvement work that they're doing. I didn't expect them to have any great results in their latest results, and so said, so done. They had nice revenue increase, a huge revenue increase, but the loss is still there. The loss remained a smaller loss, but still a loss. And the hope is that maybe with the reworking of the preference shares and the hopefully the ending of the renovation activities in Mobile Airport, that they'll now be able to push a lot of profitable business forward. And have they? The question is, have they between December and February? I mean, we had a lot of tours between September and November, and it didn't work out well for them. But maybe, who knows? Q3, it might be interesting. And the Q3 report, if they don't delay it, is due pretty soon. My money JA says it's due in 1 month and 2 days, and they might even drop it early if it's good.
I can properly run down on a nice line for ESL. Yes, ESL. You know what you're doing. Your goal is your goal. ESL fits that. Do what you have to do. Yeah. People surprised when I talk to them about things, and it sounds like a great thing.
You did which stock works for you, and
Exactly.
you cut them off when it works for you.
That's definitely a grower point. I'm taking that one. I know you definitely got out from grower. Thank you very much, Ashley. Somebody in my group just remind me, big update and remind me that we should have that ticker talk. I think Swaby has dropped off. If he's still on, he can jump back on and we can talk about it. But I know that the ticker talk is a big deal that he was making reference to some comments, people being iffy. I saw some good, some bad around the new ticker. So Eddie Focal,
I think generally it's always the usual case. I think
let me lay it out
generate tend to a bad place.
Because I should point this out. So my money JA has it as learn because we saw it in Mayberry's system as a learn. So the people who are Mayberry customers or who got Mayberry accounts would have seen their shares already assigned in their account, right? And it was assigned under learn. Amazing ticker. Right? Next time we have Swaby on. Yeah, next time I have Swaby on, I'll definitely want to have a little bit a proper deeper talk about the learn ticker. But I think if it is true, if it is being listed as learn, amazing ticker because it says that Eddie Focal is pretty much tied to learning. Right, and the kids getting into it, as you get into it, learn. It's not the same name as a company, but which company name learn? The company that deals with education. It makes perfect sense. And I really hope this is it. I give JC a hard time all the time for some of the crazy stuff, especially the terrible tickers. And I know it's not always up to JC. I mean, companies pick their tickers.
Companies shoot tickers, yeah.
So
it least to me that it's saying it's a good direction for this. The fact that if it is working out, that means that JC there's a good amount of progression in terms of thinking there that they allow. In my head, the idea of not allowing it's a very, very weird, kind of stupid idea. So if they go forward with this, they to me onto something there.
It'd be amazing if they do it. It would be great, and I'd hope and personally I'd love to see more of those sort of things. Yeah,
bro.
Man. Yeah, learn.
In fact, let me say Randy has spoken. Randy had this conversation long time, and he was saying like the missed opportunities many companies have had with just not just going down that just getting a nice creative people that has more to do with what you do as a company than necessarily the name of the company, which nobody if you don't have heavy branding around it, then okay. And even if you have heavy branding, the ticker is a ticker. It has you do your branding for your product. The ticker, there's a different type of branding that you can run along that line. So,
yeah. And I think the closest we've seen to it so far is CWJ did change the ticker to CWJ years ago. They changed it to Lime. And Caribbean Cream. Caribbean Cream is the name of the company, but they call their ticker Creamy, which is their most popular product.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's the closest we've come to it. I think maybe after a list, and if Sir Swaby has the time, we can maybe have a conversation about it because there's a lot more that I'd love to say about it and get into it. But it's for me, it's definitely a good thing. Also, continuing along the line of bigging up JSC, big them up for putting out that notice early that they're listing.
Bro, yeah, man, things are going good, man.
JFE on Monday and Eddie Focal on Tuesday.
How much time we have that thing that the boy JC should put forward the days before. I've seen that complaint so often. So good move for them that they're actually going forward and start it up. Cool. We actually hear about a listing before the day, and we saw some picture of the listing ceremony.
Yeah. How many times you just open JTrade and it just dead it? Like you open JTrade and in the past it has just been there. No warning.
You just did it. Yeah. You get the shares. I've been telling clients actually. That, people say also ready to trade yet. I hear people on Mayberry get that say when the J trader money gets it, no say. So you're not going to trade until you see it in J trader. That's when you get, that's when you can see the people in J trader get it. So that was my indicator versus JC telling, and no need. We know when it coming.
Yeah, it's again, big up JC for doing this. I give you guys a hard time, justifiably so, over the years. But I'm trying to be balanced and also give you guys the praise when you deserve it. And I think this is a good move because you're actually doing it. Yeah, so big up you guys for that. And I'm looking excitedly towards these two listings. Yeah, I'm very excited about both of these listings and what could possibly happen there. All right.
Bro.
Not wait. No, go ahead, Danhai. Go ahead.
No, I'll say there's a nice lineup. You don't have to like every listing. You can just like JC. That's how JC make money. So if you want to, if that's one way you want, right? Just like JC. You don't have to say, boy, I don't have to buy this or whatever. You're looking for something they say you expect to do this point many times. But it's just that yes. JC getting listings is a nice opportunity for JSC the stock itself. More money for them.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I think it's a very weird energy if you don't want this. like to what end? How does that benefit you that something is not listed? That's a crazy idea. But yeah.
I saw a very interesting dot. I shared. Well, it's shared in the Grow Subscribers group. Then I can take a look at that one. Yeah, back to the people jumping on. I think next in line was Cruz McFarlane, who has been waiting a good little while. Then Natasha, then Jason.
Night.
Evening, Cruz. How you doing?
Night, boss. All good.
Good. I just want to ask about main event. What you guys think of it?
What do you think?
Whenever I hear people ask what they're going to ask about a company, I think they're going to ask, and then it's what you think about it. What do you think about it, boss?
Well, if you look at what's happening, the pronouncements that were made by the Minister of Finance in Parliament about opening the entertainment sector, I think there are some opportunities there. I know the stock price moved already, but I still think that there's some opportunities there.
Mm-hmm.
No, man, Bertrand, you can't.
I know.
Tell me something. Hold on 1 second. If a while ago you asked us what we think about main event. If we had said, boy, if you look at what has been said in terms of the minister and the restrictions, I think there's some opportunities there. Would you have been satisfied?
Well, no.
So then don't do that. Talk what you really think. Make we have a real conversation. What you really think about main event? What you think is going to happen?
I think people are going to go more. People are going to go parties. People are going to go to enjoy themselves.
All right. Have you bought it?
No.
But you're considering buying it?
Yes.
And you're considering buying it because you want to make money off it, and you think that they're going to make money because restrictions are going to drop.
Yeah.
Why you not say that?
No, to say no, I know what I said. I know that this is not an advisory, so we can't tell him your money is a good buy.
But if him did say,
I'm not asking you to recommend it.
I know you're just asking, so we think about it.
No, we'll have a conversation, and maybe I can show me find that.
We'll not really have a conversation if you're not talking. You just want to press
yes,
the land
yes,
and
yes,
then
yo, these are good things.
Yeah.
And if it is so.
No, man, have an actual conversation, man. Have a conversation about it. You want to go a little deeper. The Bro God said, the most right honorable Bro God said, March 17th. He said 3 more weeks or 2 more. There's something about the 17th. I remember working out the date, and 1 month from it was Carnival, but also the 22nd of March, I think, is a 3-week mark. The 3-week date, 22nd of March, to drop. He said after that he doesn't think we'll have any more restrictions. I could be wrong on the date, but I think it's the 22nd of March. And then if there's no more restrictions, there's no more restrictions. Boom. Partying openly start again. If partying openly start again, Main Event will continue to be the number one event company in Jamaica. And as to whether or not it's right for you, you have to book a session with Danhai and you have to book a session with Danhai and find that out for yourself. Yeah, I don't know much further than that, but it's not necessarily the worst premise. The thing that they make money from has faced a lot of restrictions over the last almost 3 years. If those restrictions are lifted, they're back to making money. I would tell you also to look to see how they performed during the time when they were cramped, when them style to get cramped. Were they beat down? Did they stop doing business, or were they taking the chance to pull a CPJ and work on the company and ensure that all of the little bits and pieces that they need to be profitable continue to be profitable? What were they doing? Look at that. Look at the company itself to see if it's look at the company itself to see if it's much stronger now than it was during the start of the pandemic, and that might lead you in a specific direction that might help you with the decision. And if all that feels, like I said, book a session with Danhai and you can talk to him about it, or you can come and do Grow and learn how to look at some of these points yourself if you haven't done Grow already, that is.
No, I haven't done Grow.
All right, but I'd recommend it. I'm biased, but I would recommend it personally. Yeah, but I know you sound like, boy, I'm not spend that money there. But I want to talk to you and hear what you have to say and make the money, but I'm not spend a little money with you. Right? It's all right. It's a common thought, but regardless,
happens very often.
Yeah, regardless, I'd encourage you and anybody watching or listening to do it. It would help you very much to be less lost when it comes to things like this. And regardless of whether or not you do it, I still hope you make whatever decision you want around Main Event, and I hope it works out. Obviously, some people have been buying it heavily because it has gone up in price from the end of January, $3.99 to where it is now $7.11. Yeah, that is a big jump actually. 78% in a month. And a month and a week. A month and 11 days. Wow. Wow. Those who own Main Event might be already very, very happy. And the PE, Indeed. They are profitable. It's high, but they're profitable. But let's see what it look like after. I mean, at the first quarter to report also. Who knows? It'll be one to watch, as the experts say. All right. Oh, go ahead, Cruz.
Since this whole Russia-Ukraine thing started, like, nobody hear about COVID anymore.
Yeah, Putin solved COVID. He cured it.
Yeah.
I mean, in China, there is still COVID, and I think China actually has the highest COVID deaths currently. But I'm not even going to pretend like I'm not worn out by hearing about COVID. I am quite worn out hearing about COVID. And everybody be safe as you can. But I am tired. So.
Keep again.
Free with bro, God. If at the end make a party at least.
Free me up.
Yeah. You have another point, Cruz, or was that it?
No. You guys already talk about GK thing because I was gonna mention the stock split.
What did they say about the stock split? Did you actually hear it?
Well, they said, somebody in the, I guess one of the shareholders asked about it, about the price, and they said that they would consider it.
They would consider, or they consider?
They would consider it.
I see. All right.
Yeah, that gets it start watered on more and more. Chinese telephone.
Indeed.
Yeah. All I mean, they've said they would consider it. Every time they're asked about it, that's what they say. Well, we're open to considering
So,
it. Yeah.
that's what I say. If you're different, you consider it. I'm like, all right, cool, talking about this thing. We'll consider it for how much time we consider it now?
Yeah. I was
Pick up
considering it.
NCB.
Well, they did go further still, you know,
So you know what's up for them, man?
What did they say?
because it was asked. Well, Dan Webby was the one who answered, but he asked his CFO to flesh it out some more and talk about it some more.
And what was said?
So,
I don't remember everything.
But what's the
gotcha.
important bit?
What you take from it?
What I took from it, to be honest, I don't know if they're thinking about the stock price like that.
I'm almost sure they're not, with the exception of the thing I just mentioned as a little gem. That's such a major thing that you kind of have to think about the impact on shareholders. But outside of that, these companies don't give a damn about the share price generally. It doesn't matter to them. They don't make any money when you buy the shares.
Exactly.
When you sell, they don't make any money. It
you
doesn't matter.
can't go to them and to them say, "Well, GK, you've made so much money, and your share price now move." You want people to do that? You are doing so well. You're doing all the right things as an employee of a company that we hired to run this company and do the thing we tell you to do. And you're doing it too well to the point where I'm wondering, why is my share price not catching up with all the amazing profits that you have worked for? Bro, there's no work for no share price. Yeah, so
as well as
this job wasn't.
Remember, they had plans to list on international stock exchange. I don't think they would want to do a stock split.
Why wouldn't they want to?
Because, take for example, if they list on the New York Stock Exchange, people don't like penny stocks.
People don't. They don't. People buy the fuck out of penny stock. People buy penny stocks a lot. What do you mean?
People don't like penny stocks.
Says who?
Who said that, big man?
But even so, if your stock price fall down too much, like they will delist you off the stock exchange.
So okay, but why would GK, a burgeoning, hugely growing food company,
get delisted?
Why
the price fall?
What
causes the price to fall? Because it's cheap.
It's a Jamaican company.
So what? There are lots.
All right.
Jamaica don't have that clout. In a
company again. Oh yes, prior they had a lot. They raised and made a lot of money off idea of buying Jamaican, but into a Jamaican company very heavily.
Jamaica don't have what?
I don't think a Jamaican company would have that kind of.
All right. Let me ask you a question. What's the frame of reference for that?
Make him finish, Danhai. Don't
Sorry, brother.
So, me and you know GK. Like, we use GK products on a
Jamaican company don't have that what?
Me and you use GK on a day-to-day basis. Like, we use GK products and things. But we understand GK and we love GK products. But to a foreign market and foreign investors, it might not have the same appeal.
Says who? Well, says you. But what's the appeal it wouldn't have?
Because
a global food company headquartered in a country just off the coast of the US that is actually growing.
Sells heavily in the US.
Heavily, has a huge financial footprint within the Caribbean Basin region. They're a good chunk of Western Union money in the region going to them. And
with their foot in Europe.
With their foot in Europe, thank you, Ash. With their foot in Europe, selling exotic foods, growing, and with a banking group also under them. And you don't think they'd be? The market becomes a whole lot better when you stop thinking that the people on the other side of the trade are stupid. They make a big deal in international markets about invest. What do they call it? There's a specific term they use. Investing in developing markets. Another term, I don't remember the other term. But a developing markets investments have saved many of those big companies that you hear about on on the
a
fancy
big
stock
deal.
exchanges. And you think that if one of those companies goes onto the fancy stock exchange, they won't like it? Why? Just
And
because
the next thing too, why think they're listing on a
Emerging
foreign
market.
exchange?
emerging markets,
Markets,
correct.
that's the word.
Thank you.
Why
Thank
think
you
they're
very
listing
much.
on a
And big
foreign
up-
exchange? Why go to the foreign exchange? Why go to the foreign? No, foreign exchange. Why go to the well, it is a foreign exchange. They're not the platform. Why go to that exchange?
a foreign bourse.
But if you look at other
No,
kind
answer the question. No?
they,
Why are
they,
they going there?
part of it is ambition as well. I mean, Dan Webby is a very ambitious CEO.
He's
So
Jamaican.
he's got no, but that's not answering the question.
But
Why are they going there,
Yo, it's only Jamaicans discount Jamaican things now.
bro?
man, I'm
Trust
not
me.
discounting Jamaica.
You
You
are.
are.
you literally just
You
said that it's
are.
because it's Jamaica and now gonna. So you literally just said
I have
you said they're not going to care or anything. Like,
GK is one of the biggest stocks in my portfolio. Right?
That's
It's
fine.
probably
uh-huh.
in the top 5.
All right.
In terms of size in my portfolio. So I'm not.
Wait, top 5?
Yeah.
Bro, you still
Bro.
narrated.
How many stocks do you have in your
How
portfolio?
much you have?
I have about 19.
I'm a boss.
Okay.
Oh, so you have an index fund.
Oh, is that an index?
No, it is.
So yes, it is.
It is.
I just buy what I like.
Index fund, cruise index,
watch
cruise
me.
and bruise.
No, I'm not knocking your index fund. It
Right.
is an index fund if you have that many shares, though.
Indeed.
But I'm going back to the GK point, right?
Mhm.
I think only Jamaicans discount Jamaican things.
Alright, so let me tell you, you already said it's because a Jamaican company, they won't care. So that sounds like a discount of
No,
it on the basis of
it's
it being
a
Jamaican.
third world. It's a
Jesus.
third world.
It's an
company.
emerging market company. That sounds much better.
Right. Look at Sagicor, for example, that is listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange.
Correct.
Continue.
Like you don't see a lot of movement or excitement around. And Sagicor is a great company.
There's when you say there's a lot of excitement, what do you mean?
As in, you
Excitement,
don't
what
see
you
the share price moving that much or
Also,
making.
being a great company is not a basis of share price movement. I don't buy.
True.
I'm not going to get it at 20 and decide to buy it at 30 because it's a great company.
True.
I'm buying it for what I get it at, and this is a great price, and I get that.
Consider this.
Grow.
No, well, yes, definitely consider coming to Grow, right? I think it might help you with your view there, but also consider the fact that the diaspora of Jamaica is also the size of Jamaica.
Mhm.
Suppose it's just the Jamaicans overseas that buy the GK stock. And we know that's not realistic. A couple of funds will also buy GK stock. And these funds, you're completely correct. A lot of them might have no understanding of the local landscape. So they have to go off what
Ambitious
they have.
CEOs.
They have to go off what they have in front of them. Ambitious
Mhm.
CEO, growing the company heavily, strong footprint within the region, diversified earnings platform with food and finances, ability to split those two platforms and generate greater returns from the splitting of those platforms. And truthfully, they can list either of those two platforms, right? Is there a price minimum for the NYC, the NASDAQ? Sure. The LIBOR, the London, the LSX, London Stock Exchange? Possibly. Can GK make it on the Toronto one also? Possibly. Can they make it there and be a good, in that market, there would be a smaller listing? Sure. But if you check those markets, there are loads.
Those are small listings.
Loads of small listings. That's
In
where
fact,
real
check
wealth
the trading
is.
volumes on penny stock. Since nobody wants them, check. I don't know who are the people that are not buying. I don't know who are they. They seem to be being bought and sold very often. Those penny stocks. I don't know who are the nobodies behind the trade, but it seems to me based on the trading activity that people like. That's a thought.
Yeah, I would tell you to not discount something simply for it being Jamaican, and only Jamaicans to that.
I don't know. I think a real thing. Just check.
Yeah,
You're making assumptions about the market that are very, very, very easy researchable. You can just check, and I know you haven't checked because the evidence is in the direction that I am saying.
Yeah. It's like everybody who asks me what I thought about Eddie Focal. I say, you read the prospectus? Yeah, cover to cover. Okay. You'll know what I think if you read the prospectus. In the same way that if you do the checks that I was telling you, you'll know how realistic it is. But let me tell you this: we think of the foreign markets and we think of the Apple, the Microsoft, the
It's
what
not.
that's the one that's 3% of the market. There's an entire 97% that regular people don't talk about.
And very active. Actually,
Some very active, some not. But a lot of them
go on Wall Street bets.
Yeah, that's true. Check out
Go on
Wall Street bets.
You'll find heavy. You will see how much companies you don't know about are spoken about. And just answer the question, Miguel, why are they going there? Are they going there because Danhai is an ambitious man? What does that do for GK for going to a foreign?
Yeah, man, it's not as simple as that. But trust me, don't write off something just because it's Jamaican. As a Jamaican, you should know better.
Yeah, in fact, you're exotic. You're not even black when you fly out. You're exotic.
And the truth is, it will be a long historied, strong base, multi-earning potential conglomerate, regional conglomerate that is listing. That is an attractive thing to many, many funds. And then they measure on things that, the fundamentals that they like to say we don't pay attention to in Jamaica.
It has deep roots in the history of the thing, of the region. Imagine them nice start.
Consistent dividend payer.
Bro.
With a consistently strong yield, right? With the ability to grow, heavy cash balance, right? GK is extremely attractive when looked at from the perspective that the international stocks are looked at from, right? And they are often looked at that way. And that's a very regular thing on those markets. That's why you have measurement bases like, what is that one that QWI measure themselves against? MSCI, yeah. That's them paying attention to all sorts of companies all over the world and stock exchanges. Don't write off a Jamaican company just because it is Jamaican, brother. And
I remember sitting there, bossy, Warren Buffett, old part of JPS.
Yeah. Which he bought because he bought into an energy company in Japan.
Marubeni.
And Warren Buffett is Warren Buffett because he bought small, insignificant looking companies with strong fundamentals, such as GK. So GK going to the direct market where Warren Buffett cut him teeth is not a bad thing, if that's where they go. Because they could also go to London, but Buffett own a lot of stuff in London. And Buffett is just one. There's a whole heap of Buffetts out there. Well, Buffett-esque people out there. Don't knock it. You make me get into my I really like the local market. Don't knock the companies on the local market, especially not because they're Jamaican.
I think you really like it as well. You have 19 stock there.
Yeah, that's true. And GK is in the top 5.
Yeah, why you think the thing you like and say suddenly is not great anybody else? Is a reason you like it, And I think there's a basis for that. And I think you believe that other people like it, because otherwise there's no way in hell you're buying a company that you don't think can give you money, which is other people liking it, right?
Yeah.
So why would suddenly it stop? Nice again.
I see Ash have her hand up, but respond to that, Cruz, and then Ash can make her point, and then Phil, and then we touch Natasha.
That's an interesting perspective. I'm not opposed to reevaluating my position.
I love that.
I want the data change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And who knows? I hope that GK proves us right, and if they do, you will benefit. Because that happened.
Top 5.
Yeah.
Might all be top 1 after that.
Well, yeah, if that happened and that news come out, when that news comes out,
top 2 and 8 2.
Yeah. When that news come out properly, you will be very happy, I'm sure. Regardless of GK share price will fly. And if that news come out after a stock split, oh God.
Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, but don't knock it. All right, don't knock it. Ash, you had your hand up?
Hey, well, I was just chiming in to defend my boyfriend's stock. I don't disagree with discounting something just because it's Jamaican. And actually, I dare to say, Jamaica has a good view and a bad view. And
Mhm.
if a company like GK, given its history, can come out of Jamaica and make its mark on the world the way it has, I think that's attractive to anyone without even looking at the number. A company coming from a small island with several issues, being able to go into other regions and put down its foot and make a mark, I think that would be attractive to anyone on another country's stock exchange. So that was just my little 2 cents. And I was away for a while, and I can tell you, GK is not just a small Jamaican company. Our diaspora is very large. Actually, Randy, I don't think it's the size of the Jamaican population. I think the stats
It's
say it's
bigger.
double. And
Yeah,
I
it
can
is.
tell you that when GK products are on the shelf, they don't stay there very long. Jamaicans, just second generation, third generation, they will buy them, and what GK can sell their products for in foreign will not get by it here.
Yep.
A lot of people will buy. I think it's Caribbean Dreams is a subsidiary, correct, or a sub
No,
company.
that's Jamty. That's Jamty.
That's Jamaica teas.
You're talking about
Oh,
thing there.
I,
Say them again. TK, I know you're talking. I know the yellow label thing. Say them
yeah,
again.
them choice Caribbean choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, we'll buy GK under a different name, so to speak. But abroad, you see GK, you associate that with Jamaica, and it's not even just Jamaicans alone. Like they drink that coconut water. I personally wouldn't drink it, but
But you them love it.
product,
In
the
fact,
Yeah.
product,
I subscribed to a coconut water. It was coconut world watch something, and I was getting GK hit all over every single report. GK was making a global coconut thing there, coconut product sale. GK was hitting every single. So
Yep.
so we're large at home or we're large abroad too. So
Yep. They
don't
consider
just
them.
that. And even Sagicor, I would think that GK is actually bigger than Sagicor here, and they may not create as much excitement internationally because what you hear about Sagicor is finance and insurance, whereas GK, they're in finance, they're in manufacturing, they're in remittances, banking, so
You want
many
to hear something
things, so
funny?
much more exciting.
Here's a random dot from my head. GK can buy JMB easy. Right? And GK buy JMB, it immediately owns. It immediately has
exactly,
an associate stake in Sagicor Financial.
logical. The largest stake.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah. And it's
The
funny when
largest single stake in Sagicor. Yeah.
when JMB was buying it, there was a headline and there was an article talking about that they were helped by a regional conglomerate, and they never ever
Regional.
named they never named who it was.
Yep.
And it's been a few years, but I'm waiting. I'm a patient man. If it turns out to be GK, yeah. If it turns out to be GK, we'll see. We'll see what happens there, right? And as I said, JMB can be bought. If you have the money, you can. It can be. There's no single big shareholding in JMB, so that is something that is a distinct possibility. But yeah, also for GK, Phil, as he had your hand up, also is the same thing you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I just had a small point on the GK investor briefing.
Mm-hmm.
It may be the line that I want to believe, but it seemed for the last few years, every investor briefing and AGM, they've been asked about a stock. This time they did say that they have been considering it. They didn't say that we will consider it, which is what they've been saying before.
What did they say? You have the exact words?
They said we have been considering it.
But most of them tell us they are going to consider it 2 years ago. So, to the same, they said, okay, so the consideration we're telling about last time, it's still going on. It could have been a next rollout, yeah?
Another
yeah,
time,
but,
right.
yeah, but still, it could well be the actual thing.
Yeah, exactly. That's really all I want to say. And they've also, when Randy was listing these all these good things about it, an emerging market company that has won multiple awards on the what is it? What do they call JC?
The JC's
The stock
awards.
exchange in the world.
Ah,
Or
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. Several years running. So, you know, it's not something that. But
Yeah.
I know I'm skipping the line. So that's all I want.
All right, no problem, Phil. Big up for that. Phil, if you have the link to that, you can feel free to share it with the Brick Talk, the Brick Talk hashtag, so that people can also see. If you have the link to the YouTube recording of it. All right. Next we had Natasha, who was very, very, very patient. Natasha Sewell.
Good night, everyone.
Evening, Natasha.
I think all the questions that I had were answered.
Wow.
Yeah,
See?
that nice. Yeah, my real questions were really around the APO and why is it considered a bad thing. So, based on the conversation, I think I have a much better idea from last week to this week on why. Right.
Love that.
All right, I love that.
Yeah.
Thank you very much,
Danhai,
Natasha.
you know, I would have said some about I didn't know at all. So yeah, that was cleared up for me.
All right, I love that you've done that. Thank you very much for that. Then, all right. So next in line then was Jason.
Yeah, man. Enjoy it. Good night, everyone.
Yeah, Jason, all go.
Yeah, man. Enjoy the conversation as it relates to the food business and the shortages and so forth coming. But we still never hear nobody talk about the ban on chicken. Young chicks coming into Jamaica due to bird flu. That's a very important one as well. So considering the impact that will have on the country and JBG itself, you know, that will be huge as well. So
what kind of impact are you thinking?
I think it's gonna have a very large impact, you know, because at the end of the day, remember that Jamaica boilers also import young chicks from overseas and so forth. So they provide a lot of small farmers with chicken, young chicks.
Did you know that supposedly JBG is the largest provider of laying eggs in the USA?
Yes.
In the USA, not Jamaica, you know.
Yes, I know they have a subsidiary in the US that does that.
Little Jamaican company listed on the JSC.
Brother.
Yes.
Anyway,
so I'm aware of that.
Yeah, but you're saying that the there's a bird
See somebody
flu.
here questioning him, saying is it a ban on all birds? I thought it was from specific
state.
Is it all birds?
It's birds from the United States, Canada, and I think another place as well.
I'll find the news.
I'll share the article. It's an Observer article from today, I believe. It's from today or no, from 2 days ago. Agricultural Ministry Bird Flu Watch, and they've halted importation of live birds, hatching eggs, raw poultry products from several states in the US, Nova Scotia, and Canada.
That's so different from everything in America. So like several states. Which states are they?
North Carolina, South Carolina, Indiana,
three states.
Kentucky and Tennessee, more than three.
More than three,
yeah. And I believe that JBG does have a footprint in some of those states, if memory serves me.
I think so as well. In fact,
yeah.
I remember, and especially Congo where it was brought.
Yeah, and remember that chicken is our staple meal, you know. So
that is true.
Yeah, so
the church of KFC knows no bones.
So,
it could have an impact
price going up again.
Yeah, it could have an impact on JBG. It could have an impact on JBG. So I don't know how I'd have to do a deeper dive onto it. But
weigh the impact. Where exactly? If it positive some size, negative some size, which one will heavier? That's the impact.
Yeah, and I think that it's sad though, because JBG on this timeline where I had them about to start getting good now, right? So I'd probably look to buy them. I'm not saying I'm not going to start buying them, but this would be something that would make me very wary. Me personally, I'm just literally telling you my personal plans around.
But
JBG.
it could be deeper opportunity.
but it could be a deep opportunity. That's correct.
Yeah, for the long term. If you're in it for the long term.
You don't ever hear me say that.
Never use that word. In terms of my money, yeah. I've never used short term, long term, which term, so we talk specific.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
You know, buy that long term talk. Like, there's no such thing as long term or short term. But yeah, that's a great point that you mentioned. That's what you want to talk about, Jason?
Yeah, I wanted to mention that as well. And to add to the GK part, Dan will be also stated in the investor briefing that they want to increase export by 50% by 2025. So that is not a small number you're talking about. And if there wasn't demand, then export you wouldn't be in that direction.
You would target it exactly. Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
It's funny how that works, right?
And the next thing I wanted to add around that as well, he said that the last time he was in the States and watching to see who is buying GK products, it's not Jamaican. It's the Hispanic people. All the people that are not Jamaicans are buying our products, and they love it, especially the patties.
That's true. I see Khalil on YouTube say, Khalil and Mitchell on YouTube said that GK is big in the Hispanic market due to similar tastes. And I didn't say it, I just put it up on screen, but it's often spoken about as the ethnic food market.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say you mean the people whose food has flavor, and if you check, there's a big company there that used to have a big stake in Jam Tea actually. The name slipping me, but what are they? They're a Mexican company, I think. That was years ago. But
they have a partnership with one of those Mexican companies for real. I think it's Tafe or something like that.
Iberia.
Yes.
Yeah, Iberia is a huge company in the US, relatively huge company in the US that specializes in ethnic food. And I think GK can be seen in much the same way, much the same way, and can impact America much the same way. And our food, I'm biased, but our food, especially Jamaican food in America, is highly regarded, tastes great.
I mean, look at DTL, what they're doing there. Like, there's a reason that happened.
Exactly.
A client today, we were talking, and he was talking about Spur Tree, and he regularly hit Canada. So since it listing him, I'm looking out for it now, and he was shocked at the level of take up that they get there. And treating some ways GK.
Yeah, so that's a good point for the GK point. I'm pretty sure Sir Cruz, you weren't, I don't know if you're trolling, but it wasn't a bad thing. You weren't hitting it too bad, but I think you've gotten a lot of stuff to go and re-research and maybe reconsider.
And again, Cruz own GK.
That's true.
Cruz is only hearing, this company I had, and I was kind of this to some degree, it was looking better and better and better. Yeah, so.
Yeah, and Goya is another one. Thank you. I don't know how to say your name. Kiki W on YouTube. You're right. Goya is also another huge one there that comes from the ethnic food market. So don't knock it. Remember, nobody starts out big. Everybody grow from where they are. And the best way, it might be a small company in America, but it has a huge base in Jamaica, strong base in Jamaica. Just like JBG, that's how they managed to get that US vertical, because they built a strong base in Jamaica. So don't I'm not knocking it at all. Big up, thanks for that, Jason. Next in line was Terror One.
Yeah, good night.
Evening.
Yeah, so, I recently joined the space and I kind of just catch the last part with someone who apparently owns GK, and is probably guessing that it won't be that popular in America or so.
He's thinking that if it lists on the US market, that's what he was saying. It might not be popular if it lists on the US market.
Yeah, definitely. I kind of get what he's saying, but I don't think he's not explaining it properly.
Are you explaining it how you see it then?
No, I mean, the thing is, I don't think it's not going to get attention because it's in Jamaica. I mean, I think that's ridiculous. But I think what he's trying to say is that because it'd be a smaller company, probably it'd be in the Russell 2000 or something like that, there wouldn't be much liquidity. So if you're someone who wants to trade it in and out, you probably won't be able to do that because stocks that are usually small that are not a part of the S&P 500 or the larger indices, they don't really have much liquidity if you're looking at the charts.
And what
So,
happens to those companies
but the thing
heavily
is, the thing is,
on
I was
that
gonna,
index you mentioned?
yeah, I was gonna say this now. So the thing is, they tend to be a bit more volatile. But I mean, if you're not really interested in day trading the stock, but interested in investing it, because of the lower liquidity, you're probably gonna have more bargain. If you're looking at it as a long-term view, you can buy the stock and hold it. If you believe in the company and so on, and you're gonna get a bit more deals. You're gonna get better deals because, as I said before, those stocks are usually smaller caps. They don't have much liquidity. If you look at the charts, most of them are in the Russell 2000. So, but as GK grows, it's probably
No, but
gonna
hold on.
increase in share price.
Finish that Russell 2000 point. Is that it don't matter which market it's on, the same principles apply. If the demand is what the demand is and the supply is limited, what tends to happen to the price?
No, so what I'm saying is that
No, man, answer that question. If the demand is there and the supply is hardly there, what happens to the price?
No, I get what you're saying, But
no, man, answer because some people don't know.
Actually, answer. They don't know.
Yeah, definitely. The price is gonna go up. I mean, the price is gonna go up whenever demand exceeds supply. It's gonna go up definitely. But what I'm saying is,
it being small, it might not have much interest around it in terms of
no, not interest. So the thing is,
it might not get the same interest level as compared to the larger listed companies on the S&P, the big S&P guys. So this is a smaller, it's listed on the Russell 2000, not S&P 500, Russell 2000 index. Not as much liquidity, not as much trading, which is a recipe for
I said it. Price. I mean, you're gonna get bargains because for the most part, if you don't have much liquidity, the price is usually gonna be it's for some of them they're flat, some of them they're volatile. So what I'm saying is that you can't really discount GK because it's a Jamaican company, because I mean most traders in America don't care where the company is from. They just care that it's on the market. If a stock is hot, I mean sometimes you're looking at the US stock market and you see stocks running like 200% in a day, and it's some no-name company and nobody cares. It's like some company from China. No one really
group
cares.
Of people care.
But no, I'm saying as in no one really. Well, obviously you're gonna have some people who are investing in it, but what I'm saying is that for the most part, the entire market is not really looking at it. But as I said before, you're gonna be able to get deals if you have not inside information, but you're more familiar with the company because you're from Jamaica, you're using the products, you probably research more, and you're gonna be able to determine at what price you think it's a value. And if a stock like that, it shoots up a lot because a lot of times it happens. I mean, stocks they run like 200% a day. Right,
the Russell 2000 gives in many cases. If you are serious about by the way, congrats, you're the first person that ever mentioned that to us. Big up. You hear Danhai, if you listen to the show from earning season podcast days, we've spoken about how everybody pays attention to the top stocks, but that's not where the real gain is often found. You're the first person to mention the Russell 2000, the Russell 3K actually. And if you pay attention to the Russell 3K, it's almost like it's a loose comparison, but just for people who might be listening.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you completely.
It's close to like the junior market of the JSC. It's where the more exciting companies are. It's where the smaller companies are. It's where you can, you hear him saying, it's where you often get the large gains in a shorter amount of time. And the secret to getting those gains is often that you have to do the level of research that allow you to understand that something big is going to happen in this sector and it will affect this small company. Like this company making a big move and then buying 10,000 trucks, and those trucks are serviced by this tire company. This company then buy all them tires from this tire company, and that tire company is listed on the Russell 2000. That's the sort of thinking. So yes, to the US market, GK, let's say we're included in that sort of index. GK would be a company that have to do research on, but guess what? Every single Jamaican has as an advantage. We don't need to wonder about GK. We can see in front of us what a US analyst has to dig and understand and make a guess on. It's not a guess to us. So that is actually an advantage. So I'm agreeing with you here to say that it even further is showing why if they were to list that way, amazing. And then locally, the fact that they're listed in America is going to have another boon effect.
And like,
Yeah,
not
I mean,
listing for listing's sake. It's not. We're not
obviously
putting the
they're
stock on
trying
the
to raise
market.
capital. I get it, they're trying to raise capital, but I'm just saying
Maybe.
from a Jamaican standpoint, if you're a Jamaican, I mean, you're gonna have some. As I said, but we're not inside information, but you're gonna have a bit more familiarity with the company. And the thing with the US stock market, I mean, it's not like analysts are not gonna cover it because it's a part of the Russell 2000.
Exactly.
So I mean, you're gonna see it on CNBC. If some news, if some sort of news is announced, you're gonna see it on CNBC. They're gonna be talking about it, and because I don't know what the float will be, but again, if you're gonna have a low float, I mean, I'm telling you, some of these stocks, if there are a lot of opportunities in the US stock market, I'm telling you, some of them. I saw a stock one time run 1,500% in one day.
Oh yeah.
I just.
I'm so happy that you are the
You
first
actually
person to mention it.
You actually do check like it. Trust me, a lot of people talk about the US market. A lot of people don't know, but
And then the whole of them
they're
run
not
go buy
even
Apple.
any check. Just,
I mean, the thing is, I trade. The thing is, as I'm saying,
you trade. Yeah, we can hear it. We hear it. You actually make money doing this.
It's a good thing. It's not accidental that we've never mentioned it. You are the first person to mention it, and we've been waiting. I mean, we had the conversation. We said it on the show maybe 3 years ago.
It's a very boring conversation when a man come on and talk to us about Apple has a new phone out.
Amazon did a stock
come on. Wait. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be surprised. I mean, a lot of traders in America, they're not necessarily, unless you're a really big trader with a lot of capital.
I would not be surprised.
Yeah, unless you're a big trader with a lot of capital, they're not necessarily looking at the Apples and so on. They're looking at the smaller caps because those are the ones with the low floats and those are the runners. And if you guys don't know, I mean, I heard someone mention Wall Street bets. A lot of the times, I mean, I'm not saying you should follow them because
we know, bro. I said Wall Street bet, and if you know who the smart ones there are, you know where the value there is. It's a Reddit post. We're gonna run jokes and talk foolishness and garbage post. But there's a lot of value on there that's spoken about in between those lines. So
yeah, and I'm saying for the most part, they're mostly looking at stocks in the Russell 2000 or the smaller cap stocks.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is that I get what you're saying, but the thing is, you're gonna get a lot of opportunities. So you don't think because it's Grace, it's from Jamaica. I mean, that's insignificant. But as I said before, if you see a stock run like that, like if you see, because it's another problem. You see, when these stocks can run in, but let's say it shoots up like 200% in a day. I mean, most of the action is gonna happen from the opening bell to like after 1, and then the volume tends to go down, and then that's when the stock price starts to go back down to earth. And you just have to kind of know when to take your profits, and
as always,
but you have to just know when to take your profits, because when it's not like it's not like S&P 500 where you're gonna anytime you want to sell, like as they put in the sell order, you just instantly go through.
That was a funny. By the way, just a pause. That is a very funny point for people. That if people who are listening when a certain ghost came on speak about the Jamaican market. Continue. I'll go into the point a bit later. But just
he never mentioned the Russell 3K. That's why I know he was a cap lord.
No, him talk about all. They never trade because he put in him order number never sell to him. And like, you don't know what you're talking about. Yes, continue, boss. What you say?
What I'm saying is that a lot of times, stocks on the Russell 2000 or so on, like if they're running up like 200% a day, most of the action is gonna probably happen from opening bell to probably after lunch or so, and then usually the volume goes down a bit.
That's fine.
So and I'm saying it's not necessarily like S&P 500 where anytime you want sell and buy instantly before market after hours, you can always get your order filled. But with these stocks, you usually have a lot of liquidity when it's running, and when it's not running, it's dead. So that's what I'm saying is that you can catch the early runners again because you're gonna have some sort of edge because you're gonna be familiar with Grace. You're gonna have some sort of information about Grace. Probably the guy said he's invested already in Grace, so he probably has some more information. He reads the annual reports and so on. So I'm just saying, don't necessarily discourage because it's from Jamaica, because I mean traders don't necessarily care where the company is from. Well, China is another problem with the financial statements, and
I'm gonna tell you a secret though. It's not
So,
only
but
you define them as traders versus investors. I'll tell you a secret. Investors don't actually care either. It's just a cool bag of money. I can put this company because I'm going to get money from this thing. Maybe the price I'm buying at is very sweet for my dividend yield that I'm targeting for the year.
mhm.
It's
So
not
now,
better for them. So,
because you have different types of investors. You have the dividend guys. You have
exactly.
the
Everybody
traders. I
looking for
mean,
them get it, and they will find it. If the company is right, and I suspect that GK is going to America with knowledge of this kind of thing. It's not that GK is hoping and shooting and said, "Boy, one day want on the US market. We don't know anything about over there, but we're going there with low expect. We're just not really sure. Maybe the guys on Twitter will tell. I know works so
Yeah,
they know what they're
yeah.
going there for.
They could buy one of them shells and list. They
They
could.
could
You want the mad dreams. They could do a reverse stock split in Jamaica to get up to the
They-
$4 limit, list in the US, and then do a split again.
they
I think
could
that
they could just issue shares to a
they
certain
could just
party.
issue shares. Yeah, they could just issue shares at yeah. There's loads of options, loads of options. I wish they were more aggressive, but wishes are easy. Doing it is hard. Execution is hard, and GK has a lot more considerations than we do. But thank you very, very, very much, brother. I
Yeah,
mean,
brother. Much respect. Really love that.
yeah,
Yeah. Actually
really, really
talking
like
and
that.
knowing something before talking, especially for somebody talking about the US market. I don't
Oh
hear a
God,
lot of that.
man.
I know many people talk, and when I know very often, I know when somebody come in a certain if you have small money and they come into me bringing the US market, they're looking for the big returns because they run into the US market. They hear about them and then tell them and say buy Tesla and Apple or whatever. All right, cool story, bro.
That's
If
it's
all you can ever
always
tell me about is the
yeah.
one everybody else know about, in fact, we're known for quoting Sir Bobby Axelrod. Don't pay your money to go and buy Apple. Like if I want to hear about Apple, I'll turn on the TV because it's already there.
from billions.
Yeah.
There's you're the first person to mention it. I feel so good. I mean, even in regular face-to-face conversation, none of the people yapping
Yep.
about the US market have ever said it to me. It
Mm-hmm.
is it's that and that's where the real money is made. If you're
You
not
know, people
rich.
people leave the money they make here, the nice, very strong percentages, go to the US market for 7%.
For which 7%? Sometimes 3 or 4%.
No. If I said 7 because I'm trying to be generous, I'll get
Yeah.
50, but the reality is very often don't. In fact, I know so much people that go there and they make a nice return at one time because they did a one play, never do much research around it. Just they saw this one thing happen and hear the right conversation around it, and jump in, make a nice money, and then it's just bleeding after that.
But it sounds
I've
fancy when you
had
talk about
so
it.
much conversations around John must start lose money there so still
Yep.
because I'm out of my depth. That one
Yep.
thing I is same regular we talk about accidental profit the one time, loss is every other time.
Yep.
Yeah. The thing is, another thing I want to say, they're the larger cap companies. I mean, depending on the circumstances, you can make a good amount of money from it as well because I
Oh,
remember
definitely.
I
Market
remember when
makers help you a lot with that. Yeah.
I remember when Disney, for instance, right, when the whole COVID pandemic thing just started, I think it was trading for like, because I bought it and I made around 50% on it. It was trading for like $180 and it dropped to like 78 or thereabout, near $80, right, and it ran back up. Because some of Disney's revenue comes from the parks, cruise lines, and so on. So when the lockdowns were happening, it was affected, and investors were selling.
I hope you shorted it.
Yeah, no, I never short it go down, but I bought it when it essentially bottomed, and obviously I didn't catch the entire profit, but I could have made.
But guess what? You get something good.
I get 50%, but I mean it went to 100%. So
by the way, there's nothing wrong with that at all. That like if Randy comes to me and tells me that he saw stock run from 5 to 10, but he put his money in there for a 50% return. Like, that's great. That's the return he saw and he went for it. He got like okay. Yeah. Trust me, there you lose so much comparing the full money you make because that's what leads you to. Oh, it's too high. It already start moving, so I won't buy it. So much people do that. Or boy, it fall and then say it done this for you just because you're looking at the total return instead of what you can get from it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, yeah, definitely. And so again, with the larger caps, a lot of this that happened during the COVID pandemic when it just started. Carnival Cruise Line was another one. It was trading for like $50 and dropped to like $7 a here, and it bounced right back to 30.
Bounce back up. Yep.
It bounced to 30.
And there was a couple, and there are a couple of airline ones too. Actually, the last one I touched recently, when Spirit got bought out by Frontier. Nice little jump on that once the news hit. Nice little jump. I think maybe 20% I got off it. Maybe 10 or 20%. Not a big thing. But again, if I need big percentages, which I prefer because that's what I invest for, that's what the JC is for me. But yeah, you're right. You can make great numbers there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a limited downside because you kind of want to invest in when times are bad, you're looking to either short or you're trying to buy the dip on the larger caps because, it's not going to drop that much, so you can buy it and get a quick bounce, but you can't expect like 1,000% because remember I said these companies are what you need to look at is a market cap again because these companies are worth billions of dollars, so you can't expect that they're gonna 10x because they're gonna become worth more like over 10 trillion, and that's just impossible. Apple is worth over $1 trillion, so for that to 10x it'd be because of the US economy. So that just doesn't make no sense. So you can't really, you have to kind of look on the market cap and assess your expectations. But in times of crisis, when everybody panicking, everybody selling. I mean, even Warren Buffett, because he actually lost money on the airlines when COVID just came out, and there was a lot of
it's a lot of money. It's hard to not lose money.
Yeah, because you're managing more capital. Definitely. So I mean, because I remember when a lot of YouTubers, they love to talk and say, "Oh, Warren Buffett has lost his touch."
Bro, they're so weird, bro.
Lost his money.
There's a lot of money in saying certain things. That's the truth, right?
Yeah. So I mean, that's all I have to say. I mean,
Yeah, trust me, I said a lot. So big up, much respect, appreciate the points, and keep doing what you're doing. It's when you're doing good thing.
Yeah, man. Are you also investing in the local market?
No, I'm not really invested at all in the local stock market. I just mostly stick to US market. But
why not?
It always comes back to liquidity. The way how I trade is either I'm buying options or sometimes I don't really buy options that much, but certain things I'm not even sure you can short sell on the Jamaica stock market.
You can not yet.
So certain things that I'm more accustomed to the US stock market. I just find it easy to make money, and whenever I'm going
leave your comfort zone. Why not consider leaving your comfort zone? Meaning, at the end of the day, you're investing for a percentage gain, right? And you're not gonna get the same sort of percentage gain as consistently and with the same lower level of effort needed on the US markets. Even though the Ross 3K can actually give you some of those and better, but it's harder. And there are lots of times, when it's not quite working. The JSC, them don't reach 100 security. They don't reach 100 companies on it yet, and you can make some stupid percentages, and the fees are much lower, and the dividends are sometimes tax free or just 15%. And the cap gains, there's no cap gains tax on the local market. The Jamaican market, consider it, especially because you have sense. Consider it. The gains to be made there, the gains that are being made there, are not normal or small in any way, shape, or form.
I mean, look, I definitely see a lot of potential in the Jamaica stock market, but as in, I'm pretty sure you guys know a lot of people are Buffettites nowadays, and you're staying within your circle of competence. So, like, if you're making money doing one thing, at the end of the day, it's money. So, from you make money, you're kind of good. But yeah, I mean, I think there are a lot of opportunities in the Jamaica stock market, but again, it always comes back to liquidity because sometimes, like for instance, if I'm putting like 50K on a stock, right, US 50,000 US or 100 or near to 100K US, right, and I just need like a 1% bone, I can easily make $1,000 in like 5 minutes or so, and I can just keep doing that. So that's kind of I like trading with volume because not volume, with size, I should say. So,
what are you doing it for though? You're doing it to make money, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And
I mean, as I said before, I don't think you can put like, I'm not sure you can put like 50K on a Jamaican stock and come out like probably in the next 5 minutes and not affect the price.
Maybe
So
not. No, maybe not next 5 minutes. But is that what you want, or what you want to make on top of your 50K?
What you invest for? What kind of
yeah, I
returns are you
mean, at the
targeting?
end, at the end of each day, I like to be in cash. So I
But-
don't.
No, man, I get that.
What?
That's you talking about your methods. Forget your methods. You're doing this because you want to make money, all right?
Yeah, definitely.
So what kind of money
And-
you looking to make?
What kind of yeah?
You can't
No,
talk
so-
percentage. You can talk percentage. What kind of
I mean,
returns are you
what-
looking to make?
What I'm saying is that okay. So most likely, I could probably capture 0.5% or 1% if I'm scalping. Like,
All right, forget. Hold on. You're still going back into the operational side. Right? I don't want to go to that. Last year, you've been trading in the market a few years now, right?
yeah, definitely.
Last year, what was your percentage gain for the whole year?
My total return,
Total.
how much? Probably like 40%, 40 to
Bro.
50%.
Bro, come to the local market. Come to the local market.
I mean,
Come to the local market. The sense that you have, if you have the sense to ride the waves on the Rust 3K, if you have the sense to do that, you would have had the sense to pick CPJ early last year. You'd have ended the year up 405%. One stock.
Sure.
Fesco
You could have
in the
come out.
last month, if you like that sort of quicker liquidity play or a very easy play, if you see in the hype from the market and the fact that there's a sea change in the understanding of what Fesco is. Late January 331, currently 660, 100 and odd. That's 100% right there. Light work, much easier than the energy required to do that. Is much lower than the energy required to scalp 1% on an overseas market, and much lower risk.
My average price on Fesco, and I started with my average price this year. If I go into the actual average price going from last year, it's crazy. But average price starting this year, what I owned plus what I bought this year, 88.
88 cents, and it's currently at $6.
No, $2.88. If I go back, it's around my average price on Fesco totally was $1. But my average price on Fesco for the going into this year, because my shares at the start of this year, plus what I bought this year, $2.88.
So
that's less than that 3.
229%.
But okay, so let me ask you a question.
2.5 months.
So for instance, you brought up Fesco, right? I don't really know much about the company, but
it's easy to learn.
What's like the daily average dollar volume?
You're going back to the method.
Check this, yeah. He's going back to the method, but by the way, I'll use that as a chance. Check you see what I'm looking at on YouTube, mymoneyja.com, wonderful website, sponsor the show. Go there and create an account. You can see what the daily volume is every single day. I mean, like for example, today, 31.3 million Jamaican traded, right? 383 trades, and the volume was 4.74 million units. I don't know your pocket, but you mentioned like a 50K. I'm not going to tell you that you can put 50K in and out of every company very easily every day. I'm not going to tell you that, right? That's almost 8 million.
That's a very different thing.
But if you're investing 8 million Jamaican at the start of the year till now, if you're using even a minor amount of sense, you'd already have 16 million. And we're March not even halfway yet.
Wait, go again. You kind of chipped out. You said 8 million turned into what?
If you had started the year 8 million and you're using even a minor amount of sense, you'd already be up. I could see you easily being at 16 million currently.
At how much?
16.
Wow.
Come to the local market. It is the best market if you are Jamaican. It is miles ahead of every advanced market if you are Jamaican. Worse living or if you understand Jamaica. Way ahead. 40% is a good week. Again, I'm not saying it's for everybody, but the things you've said, I think you have the level of skill there. We're not doing this show because our portfolios gave us 20 and 30% last year. Right? It's a real, it's a real thing.
The last time we spoke our returns, it brought the internet.
Yeah. Like you see, I don't know if you listened last week, but like the noise that we get sometimes, especially from the more established guys, it is to their credit that we don't talk numbers. Yeah. Right? Like my claim to fame is not winning a competition; it's profit. There's a difference between people who do it and people who talk about it. But I can hear from the things you're saying, you already have more skill than is needed to be good at this thing. So you can, if 40% was above 40% was your year last year, I mean, the CPG.
I mean, it's really hard to make that in the US stock market. You know?
No, we
I
know.
know,
It's
we
not-
know. We know how hard it is to make 40% in the US stock market. But we also know how easy it is to make 40% in the local stock market.
Yeah.
Yo, JFP and Eddie Folk are listing next week. It is very unlikely that both of those stocks won't be up at least 50% next week, Friday.
Go on Top Striker Shan. At Top Striker Shan, look on her pin tweet. 2017 the year she started.
Yeah.
Look on her pin tweet. Top Striker Shan.
All right.
Yeah, it's a real thing we're talking about. It's not a joke thing. It's not yeah, if you're looking on YouTube, this is a tweet. This is a tweet that Danhai is talking about. I'm Top Striker Shan.
Oh yeah, I see it. I find her.
2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022. I won't talk her pocket, but I don't call her top striker for nothing. It's yeah. You hear me talk about the little small circle I keep of people who do it. It's not a joke thing. We allow other people to talk because we don't measure results. If we measure results, a lot of people have to be quiet. This is where the market is. So I rate what you say on the US market. I won't tell you to stop, but I would tell you to consider very strongly the local market if you're a Jamaican. Lower fees, no cap gains tax, much easier path to profit, much lower requirement. You do not have to be in front of your computer every day and blah blah blah. You don't even need a stop loss in Jamaica. It's not needed. It's not needed,
bro. And then again, I was showing if you open JSC's report, bro, and the monthly report in December.
Yeah.
And check the highest gain in stock, top 10 gain in stock, and top 10 losing. The highest losing stock was a thing that actually I missing. So that was very big difference in amount of money lost versus amount of money gained, and that's very, very typical.
Very typical. In fact, last year, I always show people the last year history of the market. Just what happened on the JC last year. In terms of the top stocks, what is it? Top 20 in terms of dividends also, and in terms of dividends, and also in terms of just cap gains. Yeah, it's a huge difference. If you know that and you know the Jamaican market, there's no reason at all to be on the US market unless you just like it. That's the truth. Unless you like it, there's no reason at all. Yeah. I'll show you this.
Declining. Main name again. So December 2021.
While Danhai finds it, or you see now on YouTube, the top 15 stocks last year, 2021.
Yeah.
Top 15 on the JSE. Remember, there's not 100 companies listed on the JSE even yet. There's still not. We're 90 something now. These are the top 50.
To pick. In terms of why you have options, just make you know what to write off very quickly. You know you know the circle of stock that you go into every single time.
Yeah.
Fesco if you look at
in a different color because it was listed March or April. So it's not even the full year. And it's the second largest, 260. Right? CPJ, 405. Siboney, the dead company, 256. Phosphate, 120. Look at those numbers.
I think the heaviest loss last year was 63% compared to the thing there. And like the second heaviest was 32, was 44%. The heaviest gain was
400%.
Yeah. Out of the 102 securities listed last year, 24 of them ended, not 24. That's not true. More than 24. Out of the 102 securities last year, 42 of them ended down. Ended the year lower than they started the year. 42. That means the majority of them were either flat, Well,
Yeah.
only really one
In
was
fact,
flat, or the rest of them
and
were.
truthfully, if you're looking over a whole year, Randy, how much of them would you have actually picked?
But you're looking on them right now.
No, the
Right.
losers. As in, it
Oh,
was
out of
it
the
was
losing ones?
it was very easy at the start of the year. It was very easy throughout that year to not pick those losers.
That's
But
true.
most of them, you would understand. You like, most of them were not disappointing because like, okay, I don't expect much right here.
Yeah,
Mhm.
you wouldn't have bought them anyway. That's the truth.
Yeah.
You would not have bought them anyway. The top, I'll say the top 20 losers in descending order, it would have been, yeah, I don't think I ever touched any of them. I don't think I ever touched any of them at all. These are they. Access, PTL, First Rock, JMD, Kingston Wharves, SRF, Proven, Palace, Scotia, ROC. Like none of these would I even thought to
You've
touch.
made money on ROC.
Say that again?
You've made money on ROC.
Yeah, well, but in its better days, and
Yes.
probably again in the
Not last
future.
year. Mhm.
Yeah, the year before last. Yeah. Cygnus USD. Yeah,
Well,
I wouldn't have touched
make
any of
money
these.
off of MPs.
The only one, the only two, I think, Wigton and Key.
Mhm.
Wigton and Key, if you understand timing, you understand.
You wouldn't be in key last year.
Yeah,
You
you
wouldn't
wouldn't
be
have been
Wigton
Key.
last year.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm not going to turn it into that, but I think you have a better idea. Like I said, come to the local market. If you want to have an idea how it works, I have a class. You, I think, would do the class. And I think for you, if you actually listen and take the class seriously, you'd be, by the end of this year, you'd be very happy. You may very well not trade on the US market again, not because it's not good, but if you're doing this thing to make money, nothing beats the local market if you're a Jamaican.
I mean, you're talking to a guy that had a lot in the local market, went to the US market and said, go back home.
Yeah, I mean, I still touch the US market from time to time. And I said last week, I'd say something, Danhai, about Cygnus. Well, it's so late, I don't want to go deep into that. But yeah, there's certainly strategies. I still touch the US market from time to time. I still pay attention to it. I still do look a small play every now and then. But none of them come close to the local market in terms of effort to profit. The effort to profit ratio of the local market is miles ahead of everybody else. If you're a Jamaican, can't stop saying that. Them always asking me, "Oh, what's the best way to? I want to touch the US market." Forget that US sound. The Jamaican market is better than everything else if you're a Jamaican.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm definitely gonna check it out. I mean,
Alright.
people have been telling me about it. I know a couple guys who talk highly of the Jamaican stock market.
And they make money. Well, I know a couple of them too.
Yeah, I know this guy
That's-
called I don't know whether they know him. A guy called Dominic Jones.
Yeah,
I used to
man.
go to school with him, and I mean, almost every
Used to
time
work
tell
with
me,
him.
almost every time tell me, yo, the Jamaica stock market. So, yeah.
It's way ahead of the US market in terms of gains. Trust me. All right, big up.
Yeah, man, bless.
Yeah, man, big up, brother. Trust me.
I can add something, Randy.
That's Cruz, yes, sir. Because yeah,
Yeah.
especially because I don't want you to feel like we've been beating you up on the GK point.
Okay. So I invest in the US market as well. As I used to, you watch YouTube and you always hear people talking about the US market and all of that stuff. I also invest in the US market, and I can tell you that the Jamaican market is way better than the US market. Way better, because the first stock that I bought was Tesla, and this was before the run up of Tesla, and I spent about 3 or 4 months researching the company because I didn't have any context around it. It's not like I live in the US. I don't know anything about this company. I'm just researching, trying to understand. I have to go on how much websites and forums, reading what people saying about the company. I'm trying to get a other people's view, or people who drive the car, and get their view on what the experience is like. Because a factor in all of that to determine if I should buy this company. And to me, it never, let me not say it's not worth the effort, but it's a different thing. It's a different thing when you're in Jamaica and say Fontana decides that them are the list. And I can just walk to the Fontana store and looking at the Fontana store, which is what I actually did. I went to it, look at it, look at the new facility that they have in Waterloo, I think.
Mm-hmm. Back when they're
Yeah,
listing, and it give you a real
yeah,
idea about
yeah.
give you a real idea about how they're going to do, how they're doing.
Yeah. I understand GK. I understand because I use a product. I don't have to try to figure out if this is something people likes because I don't live in the US. I don't know. So I have to do a lot of research. As you talk about the effort to profit is way more because you don't live there. You don't know. Um as well as the market is huge. Like it's so big that there are thousands of stocks on that market. The Jamaica Stock Exchange, you can keep up with the Jamaica Stock Exchange. There are not that much companies that you need to create an index, which the first time I hear an index, it sound good when Sagicor said they might bring index to Jamaica, but then after a while you realize it don't make no sense. The Jamaica stock market not that big that you need an index to track all of
No,
these.
you need it. Why you don't like the local market, brother? We need indices that they serve a purpose.
No, I'm not saying that you don't. Like, there are better ways to make money. I'm saying you don't need to
An
rely
index. We
on an
have an index,
index.
bossy. We have an index.
No, you don't need. No, I'm talking about the Sagicor indexes that they have.
Mhm.
You
Oh,
don't need something like that to know which stock to invest in.
fuck.
Because in the US, you need indexes. Cause there are thousands of companies.
Nah,
And
I don't think that's necessarily what I need. Index is just an index more, but that's a very long, different conversation.
yeah.
Okay.
But the Jamaican market, because I was even thinking about investing like in companies like JP Morgan and those companies. But after looking at it, I said, no, why would I invest in this? I don't know anything about these companies. So I made the decision that the only reason why I would invest in the US stock market is to get exposure to the tech sector because you don't really have that in Jamaica. And that's the only stocks that I own in my portfolio and the US market are tech stocks. And it's just to get exposure to that market. I would
Why?
never. Huh?
Why you want exposure to the tech market?
Because that's where the future is.
Mm.
It's just to get a little
So,
exposure to that.
all
So
right,
even if you
gotcha.
make, are you making gains on that?
Yeah, I make gains on it.
You should, what percentage gains you make last year?
I bought Tesla before the run up.
No,
Before the
last year. No, man. What was your percentage gain last year?
last year.
2021.
Well, I'm a long term investor, so I don't really look at it in terms of. I don't track it like that.
How
I
you track
normally
it?
just
You should
buy and hold for.
buy and disappear.
So you're not
Yeah,
really
I
sure
hope.
if you're not sure if you're actually in profit or not,
Well, I know I'm in profit.
but you don't know
I
how
think,
much.
I think about 200%.
Calculate it and let's see. All right, calculate it
Yeah,
and next week you can tell us.
wait, well, so you're not sure how much I make, but about 200%. How that record? Explain. The one
Repeat
sounded
that.
not. Yes, you're only not sure. Then you're only very sure. What's good? I'm not sure exactly how we
It's
jump there.
in that region,
Mm.
about 200%.
But I should have
Calculate
think
it
some
and
more
come
money
tell
this.
us last year. Calculate and tell us next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, calculate it and tell us next week. Meaning actually calculate and get the set percentage so you can know from December 31st, 2020 to December 31st, 2021. What was your profit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
man.
think. But
Yeah,
one thing
logging in
though,
right now.
one
I'm
thing you should
looking at
do.
it.
One thing I definitely would recommend that you did. You say you're a long-term investor.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean you stop tracking your portfolio. It doesn't mean you don't have a goal around. So it's not just investing for investing. Get me?
Yeah, I still track the stocks and keep up them.
Yeah,
I
man.
don't follow it every day and
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So I asked about last year. I never asked about what way you get today. I asked what you made last year. But the idea is, end of the day, make sure you actually know your portfolio. Like a good idea of what exactly is happening. Especially with so much stock, you can lose track very, very easily. Not do that. Just make sure you check everything and actually know what you're investing for. It shouldn't be you're buying tech, and anything you get from it, you take from it. You know, work so or your money back. Here, so if you that I've seen that become losses so much time, and I've seen it happen for man, the long term investors. After they become clients because of they've been doing that and financial in portfolio after years, and the thing they were investing towards can't happen because they're a long term investor. They put their money down and never watch where they put their money.
yeah. So I log in. I see 152% overall.
Year to date?
Uh,
No, last year, that's 2021. 20, that's all of 2021, 152%.
Between last year and now.
152%.
That's nice.
That's nice. That's a good gain. And what's your local index return?
It's harder to keep track of the local one because it's not set up like that.
Boy, this is where I plug my money, JA. Just drop in the stock and then right there's all that
Tells you
money. Tell
everything
you
you need
exactly
to
what
know.
happened for your portfolio for that time.
Yeah, man. You use JTrader on it for your local holdings?
No, I use JMMB and NCB.
We use NCB have JTrader.
We use the platform, NTV platform, man. You save on the fees.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with
boy.
that.
Nothing
Nothing
wrong
wrong with that. Yeah, put your stocks into My Money JA and check to see what your actual gain is. Right, that which matters is measured, and that which is measured matters. I think you might be surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 170 odd is good. Love that sort of gain, but you've seen how many things could have given you that on the local market.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
like Fesco and all of those stuff. Right.
Not just Fesco. And the truth is that list that I show is deceptive because it doesn't allow you to realize that within the year there are loads of
Things
opportunities
move.
that also give you that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you Salada, if you ended the year, you'd have been up 115% with Salada last year. If you bought it at the start of the year, end of the year, 115.9%. But if you bought it at the start of the year and sold it at the end of June, you'd have sold it for 153%. And if you took that and put in Fesco, you'd have then ended the year up. Fresco would have moved from you'd have moved up maybe another 200 percentage points. So you'd have had another 200% on top of 153%. So you grow something that you grow 153%, you grow it another 200% by the end of the year. And if you end the year and then you bought CPJ, that you'd have then had maybe another 100% growth in 2 months. And if you come
I
out
hope
into
you guys
Fresco,
are realizing that Randy is saying exactly
the local market is a gold mine if you have sense. Trust me.
100%.
Come and do grow, your $85 you'll be able to afford it. It's like consider it to be like the fees that you have in the US market.
Yeah.
Just consider it. All right, I don't want us to go all night. I know we've had people here for a while, so I will take the last two. If anybody I say one last request, I will accept it. Anybody else had a request, now's the time to rush and send in your request because we're calling time on it after this. Next person in line was Yakini. Yakini, what's up?
Hey guys, I'm good. How are you doing?
What's good?
I'm good. Yeah, I wanted to weigh in a little bit from a little while back now when I was driving, when I was listening to that. I didn't see the name. My girl was talking about inflation and inflation-related stocks and the effect that not just inflation but the geopolitical situation in Eastern Europe and what implications it will have on us in Jamaica. And yeah, I wanted to weigh in and ask some questions as well. Because I think I also do think that we're underestimating. I do think it's going to get a lot worse. I don't think we've even seen the tip of the iceberg as yet. And yeah, so yeah, a couple points were mentioned: food, fuel, and well, those are the main ones: food and fuel. particularly
Food,
wheat.
fuel,
Yeah,
bauxite, the
bauxite.
three
Yeah,
biggest
bauxite.
things. Yeah.
Yeah, the biggest things. Yeah, and the stocks that could take advantage of that, we're already aware of Fesco. I the GK Spurtree, put a big ass JBG, that's
Hold on.
I'm gonna thought.
Oh no, man! I don't know what you're doing. Okay, so like you're going out a list, and that's dangerous because I don't even know what sense is behind it. What's your question that you had? Can you say you had some questions?
Right. No, well, I wanted to ask around, not just necessarily regarding the local, the benefits, the stocks that tend to benefit, but also some of the stocks that tend to be, impacted. One. Secondly, the opportunities that are now here for not just necessarily listed stocks, but stocks that can be listed, and strategies that people who, want to take, seize the opportunity a little bit. How they can capitalize. Just yeah. So I'll talk with the bat. And I'm open to your input on this as well. Some of the stocks I think that would take a hit from this, or businesses that would take a hit from this, are businesses that are non-food manufacturers. So energy costs are already high, and I think that's going to continue to increase. And businesses that rely heavily on energy for manufacturing, full stop, I think that they're going to be having a really hard time.
Like, be specific.
All
two.
right. Well, JFP, I think, is going to have a hard time.
Like you're going to say, you're trying to avoid saying.
Yeah.
You think JFP is going to have a hard time because of rising energy costs?
Yeah, I think it's not going to work in their favor, for sure. Well, unlike, for example, like Separate has high energy costs.
Why you think it's not going to work in their favor?
It's well, because for one, JFP, unlike other manufacturers, they don't manufacture food. As far as it relates to on the stock exchange right now, food manufacturers can benefit as well as get harmed from the inflation because of the product that they sell, the value added in terms of being able to.
Sorry, why you think JFP is going to have a hard time?
Yeah. Well, the two main costs are labor and energy, and they're as far as their prices and their inputs as well are heavily reliant on being able to bring in raw material at a certain amount. Bringing in raw material is going to become more expensive, and unless they can position themselves, there's a big asterisk here, which is a part of their strategy. If they can position themselves to, I guess, kind of disrupt the supply chain standard and be able to take advantage of being closer to the US and some other Latin American states and be able to export whatever it is that they're going to make to those regions, then they stand to benefit hugely. But until that happens, I think they're going to have a hard time. Frankly.
Yeah. Why you think they're going to have a hard time?
Energy and import cost.
But yeah, man, but they know the same things. They know the things you're saying. They're also
almost fully solar. Isn't that what they say?
Yeah.
They're almost fully solar.
You've also mentioned that this is a part of the plan for them. So it's already a strong consideration, which, if in my mind, it's a done deal then.
Well, I mean, a consideration and an execution aren't necessarily always the same thing. And I think, as you rightly said, I know they're considering it and they're acting on it. Yeah, for sure. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
They better be acting on it. If I get a prospectus and saying these are the things whatever, and these are ongoing issues that are going to get worse, if they aren't, and so that's it off here. And I don't think these guys are idiots. So they will have to do these things as soon as possible.
Going back to the points, if it's energy, they're almost 100% solar. They said during the day when the sun is out, they're almost 100% solar. So that energy is essentially free to them. What would be the second thing?
Second company that would be impacted.
But then no. As in, I'm trying to update this as you go along. If you say JFP is bad because of that, we've just seen that if they have solar energy, then they're not that bad.
Well, I am going to double check that point, but
definitely,
yeah, regarding the solar and how much of the energy costs are solar. But even that's actually a point I want to bring up as well. Secondary about the solar industry and the solar market overall. But yeah, the import costs are another one. Bringing in raw material at an affordable price. The raw material is a big part of their cost of sale, and that's going to take a hit um, just because of fuel costs and supply chain disruption. So, yeah, like I said, I don't think it's necessarily. I'm not saying this to say that the current situation means that JFP is going to go into the ground. I'm just putting context around what are some of the possible impacts to some of the businesses and opportunities, both listed on the stock exchange as well as they're not listed on the stock exchange. And why I want to mention the ones that aren't listed on the stock exchange is because I think there's an opportunity for a lot of businesses who, even if they don't list on the stock exchange, investors as well, privately investing in some agricultural businesses, some agro processing businesses, some food processing businesses, and even when it comes to logistics and delivery and transportation, Uber has been around quietly and been getting more and more customers slowly. I would imagine. I'm not sure I don't have the metrics to gauge that, but just from what I've been hearing on the ground, more and more people are starting to use Uber, and I think as gas prices continue to go up, more and more people are going to be using Uber. More people are going to be using services like QuickPlate and SendPost. And I think the opportunity is right there. I think the opportunity is I think the transportation and logistics space is highly underutilized. And separate and apart from that, I think agriculture as well has a lot of room for vertical growth, especially in this unique position where prices are going to shoot up a lot for food. Being able to subsidize imports, I think, is a pretty key component right now. I know fertilizer is a big talking point for a lot of people, but there's a lot of technology available that can allow us to scale very quickly in agriculture, and I think
when you get this, it sounds like you're listening this year. It sounds like a hey, guys, hint.
Fingers crossed, but not necessarily just that, but yeah, and I think even in the solar space, I think when JPS raised their price at the end of this month and people start getting them bill and it's going to keep raising throughout the course of this year, I think the solar industry has been unfortunately misrepresented a lot. It's been a lot of people setting up solar systems don't know how to do solar systems, and so it's undersized, missized, oversized, and people say, "But I'm not saving the money from solar. Why am I spending money on solar?" And I think a lot of those people are really they're slowly going to be outplayed by the people that actually know how to set up solar systems. And the biggest cost right now for solar is really the batteries. And I don't believe that was mentioned on Tropical. I think I do believe I spread an article recently about Tropical going into energy. I don't know how soon their timeline is with respect to that, but being a lead acid manufacturer, right? Well,
And
I
they've
mean, yeah, they
stated
supply
their
energy, they sell
timeline.
energy, but as far as solar is
No,
concerned, when you said they're already in it, what were you referring
to them? You need check the data around it. Innovate. They earmarked it. They spoke about a timeline here, and there's already there's a timeline, I think, for this year. So I get you. Cool. So in terms of the benefit from solar and the battery systems, there might be something there with Tropical Battery, Innovate, doing that. There might be an opportunity there. So that's good. And that is something that nobody else had spoken about yet. So that's also a really good one there with Innovate, and there's the partnership with Tropical and CAC, and there could even be a tie-in between that Wigton news today, right? Because if Wigton is buying 21% of the company, who owns the other 79%?
Right. I mean, I have a small grab with that just because of how I understand wind energy and the limitations that we have for that with how we approach it. But if they maintain a company that sends energy to JPS, I think right now in particular they're going to be in a position, but I think they're going to have to really address the maintenance. I mean, the acquisition I think is great, but the core
we
business.
don't know if the acquisition is great. The core business of Wigton, though, you think is bad?
I didn't hear that. What was that?
The acquisition, we don't know if the acquisition is great because there's no real
Yeah,
details
we don't know.
around
We
it
don't
yet.
know. Yeah,
But
yeah,
the
we don't
core
know.
business of Wigton is bad.
Yeah, I mean, wind energy is problematic for a number of different reasons, unless you have the capital to maintain and upgrade over the years, and Wigton hasn't been doing that. So
They
their
have not.
expenses are not as far as I understand. I mean, they maintain, but not to the level that is required for having a wind array or system or plant generating with the returns that you would expect compared to, for example, solar of the same investment. It's just the maintenance
So
cost going up.
in comparison to
But
solar, wind
we don't have to
has
compare.
Yeah, but we don't have to compare the two. Wind is wind, solar is solar.
It is what it is.
Yeah,
So
yeah. All
let
right,
me compare it
fair
as
point.
this.
Fair
And they've
point.
been profitable.
Let's not
Remember,
compare it.
Remember,
Yeah,
they can
fair
go into
point.
solar in the same way they can have a solar. In fact, they've spoken about the possibility of that being great.
Yeah, I mean, if it happens, great. I will definitely jump on or back on board because I bought the IPO and I sold it because it wasn't really doing much. But yeah, I mean, it's drooping up now, so of course, keep myself. But I didn't see it coming, so I can't. I don't
It's
have
the
any.
opposite. It's the other way around.
It's down. It shot up and it shot down. See, I think
Yeah,
the IPO was the IPO was the best point in my opinion. Good
Yeah.
money there. I think I made a lot. Wigton was a good opportunity because they could have put a lot of money there, and you see a very strong return in a very short time.
Shout out to Team 876 Invest. Because we met them. They're young guys that have made a lot of money through that. Wigton is great. Yo, Yakin, I think maybe you just need to want to step back and test a lot of these hypotheses that you have. I suspect the guys at Wigton know what they're doing. I think the engineers there are they're kind of on top of this stuff. Some of the major costs that they've spoken about is from maintenance. I know they've done their maintenance and they tend to do it properly. They've been talking from IPO days in the prospectus till now about the maintenance that they do and how they do it and how big a deal it is for them and the efficiency that they gain from it. As to whether or not you make more money from solar, than wind, that might be true. But hey, we're in solar. They're in wind. And
we win already.
Yeah, and if they have the money, to maintain it, I think they have the money. At last check that, what, $4 billion in cash at the end of
I
December.
don't recall what their cash flow indicates it, but
I'll tell you, at the end of the year,
remember
at the end of
over there.
last year, 2 months ago, December 2021, they had 4.04 billion in cash and cash equivalents. I think they're doing okay.
All right. Well, I mean, I do remember. I was saying I do remember going over the report, and I went over a few reports, not as deep as I can. I do remember that recurring theme about the maintenance of the system continuously.
They're very open about it. They've been open about it from the prospectus.
Yeah.
And in fact, they speak quite often. In fact, they speak quite often. And I figure that the MD&A for the last report did mention the maintenance costs and everything, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
so they talk about often. And the plans around maintenance and coming maintenance.
Yeah, for sure. It has to be. But and I just wanted to bring to the fore some of the opportunities that are there for new businesses or businesses that are already there and private investors who want to see, or even just some of the institutional investors to carry some of these companies to the I'm not even trying to do that, but
I'm joking, man.
who want to carry some of these companies to the stock exchange, because I think I really do believe that especially in the logistics space it's just ripe for disruption in the logistics and transportation. It's ripe for disruption, and I think is one of the best ones. Mailpack. Yeah, it's listed, but
for that. And I think Tropical is maybe the best thing about them is that Tropical Finance Limited, which who knows, it could really be that it's a company that's set to allow easy financing for people to have solar systems at their homes, which would be a nice joint venture between them and CAC. Tropical Finance finances it because they have money and they can pull money from the market for it. And worst case, they can spin it off and make it its own company, raise and use that money as seed money to get the systems, build it for people's homes, and get a nice credit system. And boom, before you know it, they are in a very small way providing indirect competition to JPS. So there's loads of, and that would not make sense maybe when oil is at 70 a barrel, but oil at 150 a barrel, oil at 130 a barrel, it could be viable. So who knows?
Yeah.
That's a good point, Yakini, in terms of possible gain. That is a good point, and possible future gain from companies to come. I agree with you too. Like, I'm excited about. There's never an IPO that I'm not, in principle, excited is happening. Yeah, lots of opportunities there. I don't want to go too long, Yakini. So I'm going to ask somebody else.
Oh, yeah, it's one.
Yeah, it's almost one. It is almost 1 a.m. So Sean, Citrine96, So Sick Sean 1. What's up?
What go on, Randy? You hear me?
Much. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
I'm hearing you. All one, boss.
Yeah, man. Big up, Danhai. You know.
Yeah, man. Every
Let's
time,
see where.
boss.
Yeah, man. Let's see where up on the timeline. You know, and make other people portfolio grow. You see?
That's it.
Yeah, Randy. We met.
What's up?
There, man. We met doing 2020. Doing
2020.
challenge. Yeah, man. I don't think you'll remember, but I
I
remember.
might remember in 2020 or 2019.
Yeah, man. It was doing Transjam IPO.
So 2019.
No, man. 2020.
Okay.
Just before the COVID. Yeah, man. Anyways, yeah, man. I like to see what you're doing as well. You know, continue it. But I think you save the best for last. I'm trying to. No, man. Randy selected me to go next. You know.
Yeah, you're the last person that sent us.
I'll be on afterwards. So
yeah.
You take over Randy show.
It's both of us on the show, But tell me, Sean, what's up?
There, man. 2 things. 3 things. Big up there, man. Them sponsor my drinking tonight.
That's
second
cool.
thing.
Never sponsored me or this show, so.
No, man, not sponsor, but I made a trade. Got out, make some money as you saw the price. Appreciate it. Second thing. Trying to get.
Man.
Yeah, man. 8-year Appleton, win a bet with somebody on the Derman trade. Anyways.
Boy,
very good bet. Yeah, man.
Oh, God.
Second thing, excited for the listings this week. And third thing. Repeat? Go ahead, Dana.
I know this week yet, but
next week.
Yeah, man, next week.
Understand.
The
rum.
I saw me talk to.
The liquor.
Yeah.
Next week. Eddie Focal and
JFP, correct?
Yeah, man. Looking forward to Eddie Focal. Hopefully JFP surprise. I love the underdog. A lot of persons beat up Eddie JFP. Wouldn't mind seeing a surprise.
I don't think I wouldn't mind seeing a surprise either, but I don't know if it's fair to say they beat it up. But okay.
Yeah. Eddie Focal, I love what they're doing with the business. Even last week when I don't know, the data analyst Randy probably I probably remember the person that spoke. The part that they put in the prospectus in regards to the revenue per user.
ARPU, average revenue per user.
Yeah, I think that is a big point because of the business point, as Randy stated, and as was stated in the prospectus. And as we know, business persons would contribute more than a retailer or a regular person using the platform, right? So them drop them user, so the business are gonna spend more money and so them are gonna gain more money, right? So really looking forward to that.
I think the point I made was that it indicates something. It indicates that they're making money from more than just PEP.
Yeah,
that's the real indicator. I don't know if I spell it out that simply, But that simply is it. It indicates, for those of us who would have dug in and had the sense to look at it, that they're making more money from more than just PEP. And one of the questions a lot of people I know have, I even heard it when Gordon was on the Mayberry forum this week, was, what happened when PEP done? What happened to Eddie Focal when PEP done? 107 million up to the end of September, and they told us that the profit, at least the potential profit, or the not projected profit, because they told us what the full year profit looked like also for 2021, and it was ahead of the previous year. It was profitable, but that ARPU point that you mentioned is what really I think would stand out to the people who were sharp. That it means that they're making more. It indicates that they're making money on more than just PEP. And PEP
That's
is when
correct.
it's
Indicates.
yeah, and when it's PEP, when PEP is.
Repeat. I did. Everybody did hear. I probably did the piece at Pepe is in June. Close to. So they're listing after. Probably the best quarter.
I don't know about that. I say I have to respect the research, brother. Grow rich with research. 2022 PEP performance based test cancelled. Ability test postponed. Right?
Really?
Yes, sir. You haven't done the research. I can tell you haven't done grow rich with research.
No.
Yeah, you should do
I
it.
haven't done, bro.
Yeah, so the ability test component was postponed from February 22nd to March 24th, aka 2 weeks from now. And the performance section, which was scheduled for the 22nd to the 24th, was cancelled, right? And they had that then. And there's a more recent article speaking to it, but March and April is what it is, right? So Q1, in case you're worried about PEP, there's still PEP, and it's, according to this at least, Q1 is what it would look like. And according to the ARPU point that you brought up from the prospectus, it would indicate that they're making money from more than just PEP. And for companies, when I'm hearing people reviewing companies, they speak about that as a good thing because it shows multiple bases of income for them, right? The preliminary 2021
Multiple streams.
Multiple streams of
diversification.
income. There we go. Diversification.
If you hear this is the earnings season, man, they love winner, so we don't have to.
When the company diversifies its income, that's great for me. And that ARPU figure indicates diversified income to me. And this preliminary profit figure, which apparently a lot of people missed, even though so many people told me that they read the prospectus, but
because we wear glasses.
Yeah, 13.2 million in profit and 168.6 million in revenue, compared to 10 million in profit and 102 million the year before. I mean, I'm heavily biased towards Eddie Focal, but I'm expecting great things from it. Great things. And I wouldn't mind if JFP, just to wrap with that, I wouldn't mind if JFP also had some impressive moves Monday, Tuesday. Here's hoping that happens, right?
Yeah.
Everybody can eat. The market is more than big enough.
That's correct. But I'll be watching from the sidelines though.
For what?
For
both of these companies?
No, man, from JFB.
Oh, okay. Well, me too.
Yeah.
But I'm always ready to jump in.
Definitely, me too.
All right. Big up, brother. Enjoy the drinking.
That's the point of watching.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Don't be one to watch to keep what.
Yeah. But I was the final point was, I looking to get a My Money JA account. So as I was saying, probably this is the best. You say the best for last. I stopped between getting the two levels. I think it's the starter, right?
Or
and
the pro,
the premium.
The pro or the premium.
Yeah. So it's 3 levels.
Well, starter, there's a free level which is starter, and then there's a premium, and then there's a pro.
All right. I want to get the pro.
I take the premium is actually the better one. If you're serious about investing, you want to get the premium. We build towards the premium.
Why should I get the premium over the pro?
because the premium
You
has
get
all the
more.
features. It's a full site. It's everything. When we're
You
building,
get things first.
and we're still building things. When we're building, we build towards the premium package. The Pro is a cut down version of the premium package, which is why it's cheaper. And the starter is just the free version.
All right. All right. So
Otherwise,
so
pushing features. So you might want to pay attention to that. Like here's a feature that we pushed recently: dividends received. Click view all.
If it, in my opinion, if you're trading for drinks money, then it's just you.
Yo, to be honest, I have another bet on where if Eddie Focal goes over about $2.50, $3, I get another drinks.
In what time?
By August.
Oh, yeah.
Money is trading options and drinks the profit.
That's smart. And people keep betting it is?
This is the second one. This is the second one. This is the second one. This is the second one.
Wow, this is the same person who bet you on
the same person?
Actually, this is both persons are in the industry.
No man, I'm gonna be
two different people.
You're not gonna marry you again.
One of them bet against you for detail going up, and the other one bet against Eddie Focal going what $3 by August.
Between $2.50, $3 by August.
Yo, tell them say more on some of that bet.
We want that, yeah. We want that bet.
Yo, me I got DM you, Randy. After this, we are gonna have a drink, you know?
Yeah, man.
The budget. The budget. I probably up the budget because I'll be buying Eddie Focal. You know, I believe in it. So the budget that go up.
Buying is believing.
Yeah, man. And the person just, you know.
Yeah.
Anyways,
my drink expensive still, you know, but I believe in you because I suspect.
Yeah, man, it's gonna be an expensive drink. It's gonna be the drinks that I'm drinking tonight is not cheap.
Yeah.
I probably top shelf.
Why?
Not probably.
I don't know anything you get in yourself. This guy doesn't bet very lightly on liquor. I see those bets.
Well, I seen the number. I seen the top 10. So I know his pocket is. I know his pocket is deep.
Let me tell you something.
Go ahead, Danhai.
Right. They say no drink underage.
That's a fact.
What that mean?
So in well, underage, young liquor.
Oh, underage.
What is that? Only adult liquor and deal with.
Well, my drinks tonight is about 43% alcohol.
No man.
Where you tap out, Randy?
8-year-old.
Randy?
You say you're drinking 8-year-old. Adults start at 18.
18 up.
Wow.
And he favors things in the cougar range, you know?
Boy, Randy, you have got to teach. Randy, you have got to teach me. You have got to teach me. Your drinking habits. I'm not saying I'm a drinker. I'm not saying I'm a drinker. But 1 and 2 that you have to take a shot, you know?
No, I'm with you, but you're on the right path already because you get 2 easy bet for win. August.
Easy.
August. And Eddie Focal.
And Eddie Focal.
And Eddie Focal at least Tuesday.
When you make the bet, Virgin.
Yeah. When we make the bet, I think when the day that so yesterday was the day that I found out that, you know, Eddie Focal will be listing.
Okay, the news came out.
So it will be there yesterday.
Yeah.
I wish you luck with the bet there.
There's no luck needed. You're definitely drunk again by next week.
No luck needed. And I'm talking very confident.
As Randy said, the worst thing in the market is to make accidental profit.
Correct.
When accidental when you make a bet point from way back when and the money making. So
that's correct.
Exactly.
I'm gonna call him and
in
tell him
the industry. These people are in the industry.
Still a bit. That's crazy. Yo, people are my friend in the industry. Yo, industry
no,
bet
no,
go
no, no.
hard. He's calling
No,
some
no, no.
industry people run some bet.
So I think the reason why I made the bet is because Eddie Focal is listing no, right?
Yeah.
I'm probably the definitely the price will run up. The circuit breaker will trigger in the first probably the week or whatever, or the 2 weeks, first 2 weeks. But in
Not
August
day.
now,
Man, I
repeat.
feel August. Yo. See you
Okay,
on the
wait,
scene.
hold on. So your bet is that in August it won't be above 250?
That's correct. If it's so if you play if you bet on football or football, big up to SVL over or under. So the bet would be over. So I'm betting over 2.5, and he's betting under 2.5.
But the date, the form is not whether or not it will go there, is whether or not in August it will be there.
That's correct.
Okay.
Oh.
Well, you're drunk against August.
So if July, so if August the 31st, if July 31st come and the price is 249, right?
He win.
He win.
Okay.
No, not if August the 1st come and the price is 249.
Yeah.
He would have won.
Still, I think that's a stupid bet.
But if it's 250 or above, you would have won.
That's correct.
A dumb bet to make. I wouldn't bet against it.
Well,
you're gonna have a happy emancipation day.
the budget.
And just look at it. We all have money, right? We can all buy shares on the market.
Yeah, man.
And me tell a man,
Go ahead.
Think of it. You're betting the buyer. The buyer is betting that it goes to a certain price. The guy that's the one who's saying it, no, I'll go this. Him not any because him start at zero. He must have 20 million shares to say he's gonna drop the price.
Yeah.
He must start at zero though.
Yeah.
Well, good
Big
luck
up
to
him. All the best. Good luck to him.
Good luck to him.
No, my pocket doesn't need for drive with the price. You get me?
I don't think you'll have to
No,
get into
but
your pocket at
I
all.
don't think I don't think
Oh, yes,
you actually have an effect on it. You actually are doing something to push the price. He must start. He has no advantage here.
I get what you're saying.
And the way I see it, you're winning already. So
I can't fathom what could happen to cause it to be below that.
I wonder, But
no, I think. Well,
he does not believe.
I'm a brethren. Good friend.
And them one gear.
I think one of his points
Randy,
was,
when they start, I'm a bridging. I gotta say, John.
But I think one of his points was that Eddie Focal is just they're gonna compete against extra lessons, but
Jesus, oh my gosh.
Yeah, but I don't think him. So I really won the bet because I really know I wouldn't say I know the business because saying I know
real life
would be 100%, but I know that it's not just extra lessons.
Why?
Even tonight I was doing when you do those
let's say it was
courses at work.
Yeah.
You do those courses at work, and they're trying to drive the policies across the organization. Yeah, man, I doing one now, and boy, I started it Tuesday, and today is Friday. I just done, and it's whole heap of ramification would come if I wasn't done. So, I know that a lot of businesses, a lot of persons that I talk to since night, mentioning this, a lot of persons say, yeah, man, them do things like this. So,
you work in
I
the industry
definitely know
too?
that Eddie Focal will be good.
You work in the industry too? Okay. I like that. You keep buying stocks.
I'll never stop. I'll never stop.
Just like me. Keep buying stocks and keep betting your friends. If they keep giving you these bets,
right.
Keep betting them.
I wish my friends were betting me. No damn stuff.
All of my friends
I'm putting that out there because for some reason I haven't been doing it.
Oh wow.
I wonder why.
I wonder if you pick up what I'm just saying. I think people think, well, you're definitely drunk. But people might think that it's just drunk talk. I don't think they get what you just said when you said that you're doing a course for your organization.
Even though you drink, right?
No, man, it's cool. If you start telling me how the level of drunk you're not, you're definitely drunk. I've been drinking for too long, but that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. You are
No.
you made
And
a
I
point
put
just
and I
now that's a strong
go ahead.
point. You made a point that's a strong point. You're doing a
Go
course from your organization. Your organization is having you do a course. That's what you say, right?
That's correct. And we have like for the financial year we have like 10 courses you have to do.
Yeah, man. I did a lot of courses when I in my corporate days too. Lots of them. And I'll again, this is Eddie Focal's prospectus. I never went through it before, but I never went through it on this before. But look at this. They have a contract that ends November 2024, and it's with the Transport Authority and BCIC, and it's for them to provide an electronic training platform targeted at operators of public passenger vehicles. That's not PEP, that's PPV. Every single taxi man, I forget them PPV license, which means that they have to be trained.
And guess what, Randy?
What's that?
I have to do that because I drive a BMW right now.
That's a good problem. That's a good problem.
What's the BMW?
I don't know. You tell me I don't have one.
Better
I drive a... Is that what?
Better walk.
Better walk.
Me and you drive the same car.
Yeah, so no, Danhai, you can't fool me. So I will.
Randy, you must be driving now.
I'm in the process. I'm in the process of getting that probably doing that course. I'm in the process of getting the license. So I'm in the process of doing that. So, and I wouldn't have no problem, probably more than likely I would have to do that course. You get me? By the Transport Authority to get the license.
Well, it's only for PPV. It's only for PPV drivers.
Oh, it's a
in fact,
PPV?
I don't know the details of it. All right, I don't know the details of it, but I know that I know what you're seeing here, at least what them saying in the prospectus. Yeah. It's with Transport Authority and BCIC, and it's for the provision of a training platform targeted at operators of public passenger vehicles. So bus, taxi, proper taxi, maybe even Uber, so on and so forth. And that's just one contract. And that's just one, and they're still doing PEP. They're still PEP. And they're still actually doing extra lessons. And they actually have a school. They have an entire school.
But all right, so after these conversations, but brother, people actually believe that there's this that children stop going, like there's a point when children stop, class, but we all went to school at some point, and it costs extra lesson, but it's a year-round thing, right, Randy?
I haven't seen less children since I've been alive, I only see more and more every year. More and more every year. And I'll tell you this, it wasn't always PEP. It used to be GSAT. And when it was GSAT, Eddie Focal was doing GSAT too. Yeah, so it seems like they're aligned with the Ministry of Education, who they also have had contracts with in the past and are very likely going to continue to have contracts with in the future as a result. Because of, you saw the last thing that they gave the Ministry of Education, not a COVID management system, a learning management system, which is needed regardless of COVID. That's something that we all use because we use it at UTech, we use it at UE, we use it for online university, and I'm sure we're going to start using it now for pre-high school and maybe even high school because it's from the ministry. And Eddie Focal has shown that they have this in and the capability because they actually got a contract in it. You think this year the Ministry of Education is going to care less about the children and a learning management system?
They might, Randy. They might just,
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, cheers, my lord. Big up. Enjoy your drinks.
Yeah, man. And I'm big up Gardner. I met Gardner already. He probably in a party.
Buy my drink. Buy
my drink too. Probably, I feel like I would up the bet because I believe in Eddie Focal so much. Because
if they will allow you to up the bet.
I go up the bet. I'm gonna text him now and up the bet.
Yeah, man. Up the bet, please. If he knows about what we do, he know about our space.
No.
No, in the industry.
I go up the bet and I go buy. I never got into the IPO. Shady business. Go ahead.
You never bought at IPO? You never bought from when it was listing?
No, I never like how, you know, the process in getting the shares. You had to go to two brokers, you know, rather than, you know, the broker had it on the platform and everybody can get it.
Wait, broker denied you? They told you couldn't get the shares?
Um.
Oh, sorry, no, I can't ask that question. I know why I can't. Wait, just look, just wait.
Yeah.
Well, guess what now? Like I always tell people, IPO is just the first chance to buy shares in a company.
That's what I'm gonna buy.
There we go. And you won't be the only one. People like me will be buying right alongside you, right? Because I never got enough in the IPO. In fact, I only applied by accident, but I got a tiny amount. Allocations were very small, so I will be. I intend to buy in the market, and I know I'm not the only one. And yeah, maybe in August I'll join you for that drink.
Definitely. Yo, I'm gonna DM you after this.
No problem. I prefer women DM me, but so you go.
Randy, you're taken, Randy.
I'm very taken. I'm very taken by a wonderful woman who I love very much, and she's about to meet with me right
definitely.
now.
I'd love to see the you know, the relationship fosters, you know, into whatever it may brings. Hopefully, it's great things. So
well, right now it's anger because of that comment, but but yeah, big up you, and I'm big up for your bet. We're definitely gonna follow up with you, and in August, I think we'll all be drinking.
Definitely
I encourage your brethren in the industry to do grow. At least they'll be able to afford the drinks in August.
No man, my brethren in the industry definitely can. Probably 100,000 times the bet.
All right. Big up your brethren in the industry then.
Sound good then.
That's all very, very good.
Time make more bets out there, you know. But there.
Please.
All right.
Please.
We might all start sell liquor off.
We'll talk.
Yeah, man. Big up. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, man. Big up, brother.
All right. For everybody else that has been here the whole time, thank you for listening. Danhai, thank you for hosting this with me. It look like we definitely have some liquor we can drink in August, Danhai. So
indeed.
Yeah, and August is in a few. We're in March now. April, May, June. In June is when we did say we'll see what's happening with Trans Jamaica. I wish in the bet for that. That'll be interesting. And a little after June. Yeah, we should have bet. Then July and August. It might be a great summer. Thank you guys for listening. Thank you, Danhai, for doing this with me. And we'll see you again next week. It's another good brick talk. All right. Big up.
Indeed.